For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people.
The world is a mess. The world is as angry as it gets. All of this has happened.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. You are going to be so proud of your country because we're going to turn it around and we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win so much. You may even get tired of winning and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. "2024 is the final battle to save our country from destruction. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you."
Yeah.
Amen.
Love that. Yeah. Hey guys, how you doing? That was Right America. I should have the link down below. If I don't, I'll put it in there. But that was Right America. They've been gracious enough to let me play their videos as intros. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Jade?
I'm doing okay. How you doing, Rich?
I'm good.
How's
good.
everybody out there? Let us know.
Yeah. Hit that like button if you haven't already.
Yeah, please hit the like button.
Yeah.
We love you guys. We love you better
if you hit that like button. Yeah. How many we have? How many we
got 7.
Oh, okay.
So that's 5.
Go
because
in.
you and I are in there.
Yeah, I got to go into it. Hang on. I thought I did. I guess not. Yeah, I did. Woohoo. All right, cool. So, wow, lot to talk about this week. What's up, Simon? What's up, Uncle Bobbity? Yo, brother Jim. What's up, man? Liquid. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see what we can. I'm going to show you what we're going to talk about this week. The top one is report came out today by the ICE deputy director that is freaking devastating to Kamala. She should bow out of the campaign in disgrace, but she doesn't know how to be disgraced. But tens of thousands of illegal immigrants with sexual assault, murder convictions, and overall crime. Once again, Trump was right that he said that they're releasing them from their prisons, from their mental wards, and they all poo-pooed him, ABC News. Oh, there's absolutely no evidence of that. Well, yeah, there was, you jackasses. You just didn't call ICE. ABC News, right? So we have another one where the U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East. Isn't that great? As violent rises between Israel and Hezbollah. Isn't that wonderful? We got another story that we haven't vetted yet, but I'm going to play the video. It's where we're sending Marines to China. I don't know how that's, Jade and I were talking about that prior to going live, and that would be an act of war. So we're going to listen to it. And the guy said there's more stuff to come, but we'll see. Here you go. Mark Zuckerberg's Political Evolution by the New York Times. It's basically saying that he's out of the political game. And I say bullshit, because they're still censoring me about 98% of our story feeds on Facebook. We call it Fakebook. The stage is being set for the greatest period of chaos in U.S. history. That's a very good story by Liberty Daily. It's about what the left is planning right now. You know, they say, oh, you January 6ers, you MAGA extremists, you're just crazy. Yeah, well, these motherfuckers are doing it again. They did it in 2020 where they ran these scenarios, and it was like war games, but they were scenarios that they played out of what would happen if Trump won, what would happen if Trump lost. They're going to take to the streets, and they're going to cause so much chaos in about every city they possibly can. They'll probably stick to only blue cities again because they're dumbasses, but they're going to cause so much chaos that people are just going to say, you know, Trump has to go. Yeah, we elected him, but he's got to go. We just can't take this shit anymore. And they're planning that, and they're bringing people in from outside the country. And you guys heard about the surface-to-air missiles that we know got through the border from foreign entities. Now, if we know they got through the border from foreign entities, how come we didn't catch them? That's my question, right? Why didn't we stop them, right? So they're saying that the rumor is that Iran paid for these and that they want to take down Trump's plane. How about that? So all kinds of nice, cool bullshit. Comrade Kamala spits out a litany of lies about Trump economic policies during an MSNBC commercial, I would call it.
Well, you know, Rich, no matter what happens in November, there's going to be riots in the streets. If Trump is elected, the left is going to go crazy. If Kamala is elected,
the left is going to go crazy.
The left is going to say, oh, look, we can go
crazy
and burn without consequence. So they're going to go crazy.
Exactly. I mean, when I read that story, man, she should resign in shame right now. Yeah. All right. FBI whistleblower.
I don't believe shame is in their dictionary.
Yeah. You know, I'm not going to read them over. I'm just going to read them as we go along.
Yeah.
So what do we got now?
Let's dive in.
Yeah. Let's see. We got 7 watching. Cool. That's good enough. So let me bring up again. I'm going to go over the first one because we'll read it again later. Well, unless you want to wait for more people. Yeah, we'll do that. Here we go. The U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East as violence rises between Israel and Hezbollah. Well, when these sand animals learn that the Biden administration is leaving Israel in the dust and not supporting them pretty much at all, they're all going to come out of the woodwork and they're going to take their chances. Hezbollah just fired rockets. Luckily, the Iron Dome knocked them all back. So now, and I don't want to get into the skirmish there because I know a lot of people don't like the Jews. I'm not one of them. I happen to like them, but I don't like us sending troops over there. It's none of our goddamn business at this point, right? And plus, I mean, if Trump was there, okay, because he would get it over with in 3 days and they'd come home, you know, but not these clowns. So the U.S. is sending additional troops to the Middle East. And remember when Kamala said during the debate, do you remember this? During the debate, Kamala said, this is for the first time, we do not have troops in any combat zones. What says here, they're sending additional troops to the Middle East, right? Because there were guys that were killed recently by, what was it? Was it Houthis? I think they killed some Americans.
Wait.
So the U.S. is sending additional troops to the Middle East in response to a sharp spike in violence between Israel and Hezbollah, Iran forces in Lebanon that has raised the risk of a greater regional war, the Pentagon said Monday. Do you trust anything the Pentagon says? Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder, there's a great name for a general, Major General Pat Ryder here, would provide no details, of course not, on how many additional forces or what they would be tasked to do. The U.S. currently has about 40,000 troops in the region, and there's wars going on all over. Oh, look at this. They killed me. Holy crap.
You see, but do you think
they did a paywall again? Earlier, it wasn't on there. Oh, well.
You think they're doing this on purpose? I have a theory that they
hey, cyberbully.
They're really no president has failed to be reelected who has been in a major war.
Well, I don't think we have to worry about this because he could defeat the entire Middle East, but that Afghanistan blunder, he's not getting beyond that.
No, but what I'm saying, he's no Abraham Lincoln, he's no Woodrow Wilson, he's no FDR.
Right.
But they're still holding on to, if we're in a world war, we can get reelected because that's what happens.
Yeah, they're not. It's not going to happen. Yeah, they think that everybody jumps behind the commander in chief in time of war. If it's a righteous war, yeah, which is why they usually get the CIA to fool everybody. There you go, because Simon right there, because the CIA helped carry them across the border. Yes, exactly true. See, they'll get the CIA like when Bush wanted to go in for Kuwait into Iraq, and they had that girl who came out and said that, you know, the Iraqi Republican Guard soldiers, they came into the hospitals and they broke the glass of the incubators and got the babies out and all that crap. Well, that was all bullshit. It was made up. That girl was a princess of one of the royalty in Kuwait. She never said that when she was being interviewed. Well, when she went out there and you know, gave her little speech. Yeah, Central Invasion Agency. Exactly right. So, yeah, they'll I don't, to be honest with you, I don't think they have enough time. But you know what, Jade, the more I think about it, the more you're right. Because normally you would want to plant the seed in the American people's minds and go, well, you know, we're probably going to go over there. Maybe we should because there's all this shit going on. They just figure, hey, fuck it. We don't need to do that. We're just going to go in and expect the country to rally behind us. No one's rallying behind us. What's that?
There's your October surprise.
Yeah, well, I don't know. But I'm surprised.
I don't think it'll work. I don't think they'll
actually end up Trump spoke with Zelensky and probably said, what the F are you doing? You moron, you. But Zelensky said, well, you don't know what it takes to win this war. I'll tell you what. I do believe that Trump would end the war. I do believe he would talk to Zelensky, then he would talk to Putin and go, look, assholes, you guys want to make money, right? Because money is your country. You want to have an energy sector. You want to grow your people and all that. Stop with the fucking war. These guys are never going to join NATO. I won't allow it. And you pull your troops out, I guarantee. And it's not going to be that simple, but I guarantee Trump would get more done than these clowns in this regime have done in 3.5 years. Well,
but there's only one thing. They have to turn the microphone off and send all the press out of the room for the next part, because what is the Ukraine known for? Its national industry is money laundering.
Right.
And that's what Putin wanted access to. So he wants to dip his beak in the money laundering.
I'm sure he does. Who?
And
who, Zelensky?
No, Putin wants to.
Oh, Putin.
Yeah. Putin wants some of this. And
I don't know about that. I truly believe, look, Putin's a scoundrel and all that, yes, but I truly believe that he was worried because I heard the first speech that he gave about 3.5 years ago. And he said, look, NATO has been encroaching on our borders for the years.
Expanding.
And he said, this is where his Nazi speech came out. And he said, when the Nazis were defeated, a lot of them went to Nuremberg and a lot of them got away. And he said, and the ones that got away, they grew their families through Europe. They moved into multiple countries in Europe and they got themselves into elected governments. He said, and they're socialists. And he said, and it's European socialism. And this is what they did. And he said, the only country so far that was not infiltrated is Russia by them. He goes, because we wouldn't allow it. And he said, and we were very strict with stopping it. And I'm thinking, you guys were commies for 85 years, right? But he said, and we don't want that. He said, we want to rule ourselves. And how are you going to argue with that, right? So he turned around and he said, We don't want them encroaching. And now if NATO brings in Ukraine, he said, we've got nukes right on our border. You know, so
NATO took in Poland, and, you know, then they were talking about Finland. And so, but I think that somebody somewhere in that regime has to be thinking about the money laundering in the Ukraine. It's what they're famous for.
They are.
Every gun runner and every cartel has accounts in Ukraine.
Well, every Democrat has accounts in Ukraine.
Well, that's true.
An ATM for the last, since the Obama days at least.
It
was their ATM when they put Joe in charge, like putting the weasel in charge of the hen house, right? They put him in charge of Ukraine corruption. He pulled a total Saul Alinsky and just made tons of cash using Hunter.
And you remember when we sent $40 billion the first time over there, and who gets into her private jet but Nancy Pelosi?
Yep.
And flies over there with her entourage, including her son.
Well, when the election was over, I'm sorry, you finished. I thought you were
I know. I was just going to say I wonder how many stacks. You know, they needed the jet, because how do you like keep all those pallets of $100 bills, right?
I know. It's so when Hillary lost, you had the Obama people. They were all in that interim before the inauguration, when he was president-elect Trump, right? The people in the White House, the administration, the Obama administration, they were getting ready. They were packing up their shit. Getting ready to leave, doing all that. Where was Joe the whole time? He went over to Ukraine. You know why? Because he had some shit he had to shut down.
He had to shut it down because they weren't.
Because Trump was coming in, and I have audio that I played on this channel, and I'll play it again sometime just to remind people that it was where he called Petro Poroshenko, which was the predecessor to Zelensky, and he said to him, it's getting very close. I don't want Trump to get intelligent on the money. And he said, you got to get that governor of the bank. They call a bank president a governor. You got to get the governor, it was a woman, to shut it down, because I don't want Trump coming in, looking at the books and saying, oh, there's all kinds of more money that's going to come in for Ukraine. And so in other words, he was saying, because he said, Petrov said back to him, she said it will take another month. And he said, no. You've got 5 days. I think it was 5 days, he said, to do it. And he said, he threatened him. He said it would be a real shame to not get that IMF loan. So he basically said, you do this, you get her to shut it down now, or guess what? I'm not going to sign off on the IMF loan. He's a fucking vice president, right? So unbelievable. And yet nothing went wrong, right? That whole laptop, that was Russian disinformation, right?
Yeah, but Hillary only lost because of the misogynists.
Oh, yeah, because of the misogyny. Well, didn't she have like 80 reasons why she lost? She just kept coming up with it.
No,
she wrote a book.
Wrote
a book. What happened? And Trump said, I happened.
Yeah. What my favorite was when she said there, why aren't I 50 points ahead?
And do you remember that when she was sitting like this? Because she was in a brace. In order to sit up, she was very sick then. She had hit her head when she fell, and she hit her head, and that's why she was all looking around whenever there were like lights and shit, confetti going off. She had that guy who was a doctor, and he was always near her, and he was the only one that could soothe her when she went into the spasm and had like an epileptic fit, right? When she went into the seizure, he would say, "You're okay. It's all right." And then he had like some pen that had something he could inject her with. And we're all supposed to sit back and go, I didn't see that. I didn't see her go like that with her head. Yeah, we never saw that.
Bigot.
Bigot. Yeah, bigot. Oh, man. All right, so let's go back. Let's read the next one. Let's get into this crazy shit. Here we go. So we just find out that the border czar. Let me see if I can capture that. Yeah. Oh, come on. There you go. Nah, well. So we'll just play it. Well, let me say it first. So there's over 13, according to the ICE deputy director who testified, there's over 13,000 criminals that were convicted of murder that they let in. Right? What the hell is this? Why'd they go over the other way? So that happened. So there's over 14,000 that were convicted of sexual assault that they allowed in, and a total of like over 400,000 criminals and insane that they allowed in. And she wants to be the president now. Are you shitting me? Let me see. Let's play this.
Didn't Fidel do the same thing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Customs
Here we go.
Well, a disturbing development on the border crisis. Wait until you hear this. The Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement confirms that more than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
Can you believe this shit?
Letter here tells the tale. Hello, I'm John Roberts in Washington. You believe this, Sandra?
Which means they are here. And
yeah, he said it too. You believe
this? This is just an unbelievable development. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. Good to be with you, John. This is America Reports. Let's get right to Bill Malugin. He's got this news for us. He's live out of Douglas.
This guy's been down at the border the whole
where
time.
Vice President Kamala Harris is set to visit later this afternoon. Bill, the details of this news. What do you have?
Yeah, and Sandra, bear with me. We just got these numbers moments ago, but it's a jaw dropper to say the least. So to set the stage here, let me just explain what these numbers mean. ICE has something called a non-detained docket. Essentially what that is it means migrants who were encountered by DHS but are no longer in federal custody.
Can you believe this
so
shit? Look at
this non-detained docket.
Look at that. Look at it. So it's 13,000 convicted of homicide. Guys, there's no going back. They killed someone. All right. 15,000. Oh, it went up. 15,811 of sexual assault. Yeah, we want those people here. And over 425,000 total criminals in total. That's who they allowed in here. And why they allow them in here. Not just for the votes. In fact, I think the votes is the last reason. It's for power because they want on the next. They want them to integrate. They don't even need to be citizens to give them power because of John Roberts, that prick, the Chief Justice. Because, like California lost a congressional seat because so many people escaped and went to the freedom of red states that they lost a congressional seat. So now they want
it back.
They want all the people they can. Yeah, exactly. So they want all the people they can possibly get in here to go to the blue states when they offer them goodies. They'll go to those blue states, and then the census happens. You know, the census is only 6 years away, right? So then they'll be embedded. There's another one. Oh, I had it in my, if you watch my video that came out today, the girl, it was a YouTube short, and she pointed out the hundreds of thousands of illegals that are voting in the 7 key swing states, and they are voting. My state, Pennsylvania, has the highest number, over 500, 500,000 are going to vote in the election. Illegals. And you're not supposed to say anything about it, right? It's such bullshit. Let's continue.
Illegal immigrants who were caught and released at the border, released with the court date years away. They're in immigration proceedings, combined with illegal immigrants who have already been ordered, deported from the country by a judge, but are still here roaming the country. So keep that in mind, this non-detained docket. According to a letter that the acting director of ICE just sent to Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez, on ICE's non-detained docket, they're currently tracking 425,000 non-citizens who have been convicted of a crime. Of that number, over 13,000 non-citizens have convictions for homicide and are on the non-detained docket.
So they actually allow their lust for power is so strong, they actually allowed 13,099 murderers into the fucking country. That's unacceptable. And she wants to be president. Can you imagine if they win this election? Can you imagine what she would do?
Meaning they're roaming the country right now. On top of that, there are another 15,811 non-citizens convicted of sexual assault who are roaming the country right now on ICE's non-detained docket. It doesn't stop there. Those are convictions. The ICE director also says there are currently just under 1,900 non-citizens on the non-detained docket who have pending homicide charges who are roaming the country, and another 4,250 non-citizens who have pending sexual assault charges who are roaming the country on the non-detained docket. So people's eyes might be glazing over right now with all the numbers we just threw at you. Just to put it in a nutshell right here, what we've learned from the acting ICE director via this letter to Congressman Tony Gonzalez is right now there are over 13,000 illegal aliens convicted of homicide who are roaming the United States right now. There are another 15,811 illegal aliens roaming the country right now who have been convicted of sexual assault. And there are even more who are facing charges for homicide and charges for sexual assault. So
these people in this regime, Kamala keeps saying that, well, the prior administration broke the system. So slowing down to a drip the amount of illegals coming in broke the system. How? They changed nothing of the legal way to do it. Go to a legal port of entry. Apply.
You know what's the scary part?
What's
This
that?
is the ones we know about.
Oh, yeah. The gotaways are the ones that snuck in and we didn't know. I'll bet the ICE guy, I bet he got his affairs in order before he read that. Yeah, the color revolution. Yeah, that's George Soros. I think he's behind a lot of it.
And I saw a stat the other day that the majority of crime in New York City now, of violent crime, is committed by an illegal alien.
Yeah.
Like over
Of
half.
course.
Well
Of course.
over half.
Of course. And they just went after, that's another story we're going to do. I did a video on it. So they're going after Eric Adams now. You know, he's a former cop.
Yeah. He was chief of police.
Yeah. But when he was a lieutenant, he did some racist shit. But still, he was a former cop, and they're going after him now. And this is why I hate the Biden regime even more, because they're making me defend a Democrat. Right? I don't think now I could be totally wrong because he is a Democrat and maybe he did do the things they're saying, bribery and all that, right? So, but it's because he came out against the Biden regime's immigration policies or lack thereof.
Rich, relax. You're not defending a Democrat. You're pointing out the ill of the system.
Yes, because Trump destroyed the system. He broke it.
Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's the first question on every Democrat's mind. How is this Trump's fault?
I know. That's what everybody's saying. How is it Trump's fault? How can we blame him?
Yeah, and
it's unreal.
But yeah, you're not defending a Democrat. He is a Democrat. He's still got some really pretty awful, socialist sympathies. But I don't happen to agree with the lawfare against him any more than I agree with the lawfare against Trump.
Exactly.
Criticizing the system, not defending a Democrat.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm feeling. And I think they're going after him because he came out against the administration, because he's a politician and he has to make his constituents happy, and he can't do that. At first, if you remember, he blamed Abbott. And then everybody said, look, get your head out of your ass. It's not Abbott's fault. What you're getting is about 10% of what he gets every day in his border towns in Texas. It's because your party leader, Dementia Joe Biden, has open borders. Read those 40 executive orders he signed on day one. A lot of them I couldn't believe. I was reading them. Breitbart printed them all out, and I was reading them. I was like, holy shit. They literally said there that if you're a company and you don't hire one of these coming in, the illegals, that you could be fined for it. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. Then everybody that did hire them and you, the government, find them, are they going to get their money back now? Are these companies going to get their money back? Because now you have to hire them.
It's a good question, but you know the answer. Anybody ever get money back out of the government?
Yeah.
Unless they're buying something off you, like your vote.
Oh, I got a story. This is just a sidebar. And for you guys that are here lucky enough to listen to this, because I'm not going to say it again. But I got a call last night from someone we know. And he's involved in a case that has to do with a Dominion machine. And I think the machine was discarded. And so they took it and a court case happened. The judge said, look, you discarded it. You gave it up. Well, here, among other things they found on the machine was the global password to the Dominion account. And I have it. And I have it. You imagine that? Now,
I think you should put it out on X.
Well, the guy called me because he said, see, he's into all this election integrity stuff, and he said that CNN Anderson Cooper wants to interview him and like 7 other guys that do the same thing he does, and he called me because of the IT side of it. He wanted to know what I thought, and I told him, I said, you know, I've written software where I was doing a consumer app for a web service. In other words, I wasn't the web service. I was the consumer, the guy using it. And I would send data to the web service. And when I send it to the web service, the company, I would send it into tables. They're using Oracle, and they would receive them and put them into tables. I never had access to their actual system because what they did is they put these tables out as a queue. In other words, there was no direct link that I could get into with all my credentials using them to get into their real system. I only had access to their front, if you will. And I said, I think that's what Dominion did, because that would be really freaking stupid if they allow people in. But get this, in the database that's in there, it's a SQLite database. And there's certain things I can't talk about because I promised them I wouldn't. But they stored the passwords of the users in straight text. They didn't encrypt them. Now, and unless it's like a credit card company or something like that, there's no actual law that says you have to, but that's really piss poor security. Because this was my argument to him. I said, because a lot of people, like the users and the passwords that are on there are just people that worked in that county office where they were getting in there. I hear you. Yeah, where they were getting into the machine because they were working, you know, vote counting, all that crap. And so they entered their own user ID and passwords, right? And so we think about it this way. Most people, for whatever reason, I guess laziness or they don't know better, you have like at least 10 things a day, most Americans, that you need a password and a user ID to get into. It's just the way it is today, right? And thank God, a lot of them, they keep you logged in. You don't have to keep logging in. But most people use the same password for all these different programs. So if you have these passwords, right, and they're not encrypted, couldn't a nefarious person look at that, take the username, do Dr. Google, right, and look up who they could be and then try the password and rob them?
Yeah, because maybe they use the same password for their bank.
Exactly. For their bank, for anything, really. Amazon account, right? Order shit and say, oh, by the way, send it to this address. You know, I mean, think about it. That's really piss poor. So I'm off that topic because there's a lot of other things that are going on that I'm not allowed to talk about yet. Oh, but what they were going to do, this is the funny part. What they were going to do is they were all going to do the... if they were going to do the Anderson Cooper thing, Cooper wants to interview them one at a time, but they were all going to have black shirts made with white lettering that is the Dominion password going across the shirt. Now, everybody and their mother knows the global password because it was on an ECA website, which is an election integrity thing. It was on the website. It was there. So they gave it out.
I bet you the Iranians know the password.
I'll bet they do.
You know, it's like when Hillary's emails disappeared. I said, you know who we need? We need to go ask the Russians. I'm sure they've got them.
Well, you know, Trump did that. And he made a joke and he said, you know, he goes, if Putin could like give up those 30,000 emails she deleted, please. And to this day, they say, well, he's so friendly with Putin. He actually asked him during a debate with Hillary. And it's like, you morons. Like they see, that's just being nefarious because they knew he was joking. You have to be a double-digit IQ person to not know that he was joking when he said that. But
and to not know that Putin wasn't about to give them up.
But do you know who does have them? They are out there. Do you know who has them? The federal government, because Echelon copies every single text, records every phone call and email, every one of them. Echelon. I think it started under Clinton, her husband. Yeah. So they have the emails. Oh, they absolutely have them. But she pulled that bullshit. Remember where she said, oh, I turned over X amount of thousands of them. And then there were some that were between my daughter and I that I felt was personal and I wasn't going to hand over. That wasn't her prerogative. They said the subpoena didn't say, except for the ones that you and your daughter were talking about, the grandkids. No, bullshit. She was supposed to hand them all over. Those are the ones where she was making deals with shithole countries around the world. That's what she was doing. The Secretary of State, she had access to all these countries around the world that were shitholes. Now, they may be a shithole, but there's money to be made, like Ukraine. Ukraine's a shithole, right? So they had a lot of money they can make over there, and that's what she did. She was Saul Lewinsky. In fact, she wrote her college thesis paper on Saul Alinsky, and she met him twice. Now, Barack was also a disciple, but he never met him, from what I understand.
You know, this just supports the old joke when Bill was around.
Chris got the greatest line. I'm sorry. Look at this. Global password to the most secure election in history.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, back when Bill was prominent, it was, what do you get when you cross a crooked politician with a really bad lawyer?
What's that?
Chelsea.
Yeah. Chelsea. The child of a really bad politician and a crooked lawyer.
The other way around. Crooked politician, bad lawyer.
It turns out she was a crooked politician, too. Besides a really bad lawyer. All right. So let's go back. Let's see what we got here. What's the next one? This one. Mark Zuckerberg is done with politics. Somebody ought to tell him about how he's still censoring me on Facebook. My stories, 98% censored. He was once a backer of liberal causes. He still is. Then everyone seemed to turn on him. He doesn't care. He's got billions. Now he wants to stay away from politics. I don't think, if that's possible. I think bullshit because he thinks Trump's going to win. It was only a little more than a decade ago that Mark Zuckerberg had few qualms about airing his politics. Earnest and optimistic, perhaps naively so, he rushed onto the national stage to discuss issues he cared about: immigration, social justice, communist, social justice, inequality, democracy, and action. He penned columns in national newspapers espousing his views, spun up foundations and philanthropic efforts, and hired hundreds of people to put his vast riches to work on his political goals. He also broke the law. I know he broke the law in Philly when he spent like $400 million of his own money on the 2020 election to help the Democrats. But he purchased, or he paid for ballot boxes to be dropped off on every single corner in blue districts and nothing in red districts. That's against the law. That way, he also, now Phil Klein, a lawyer from Philly, said he had evidence, but I never heard anything beyond it. They probably told him, shut the fuck up. But he said that that the Zuckerbucks, that they bribed the judges at the municipal court level to not take any cases of people coming in during the election. That was Mark Zuckerberg in his 20s. Mark Zuckerberg is in his 40s, is a very different Mark Zuckerberg. I don't believe it. In conversations over the past few years with friends, colleagues, and advisors, Zuckerberg has expressed cynicism about politics after years of bad experiences in Washington. Yeah, he doesn't like to sit there and every single time, yes, Senator, thank you, Senator, for telling me that, Senator. Can I kiss your ass now, Senator? He and others at the top of Meta, which is the dumber than X, the parent company of Facebook, believed that both parties loathed technology and that trying to continue engaging with political causes would only draw further scrutiny to their company. That was right. As recently as June at the Allen and Company Conference, the summer camp for billionaires in Sun Valley, Idaho, Mr. Zuckerberg complained to multiple people about the blowback to Meta that came from the more politically touchy aspects of his philanthropic efforts. And he regretted hiring employees at his philanthropy who tried to push him further to the left on some causes. In short, he was over. His preference, according to more than a dozen friends, advisors, and executives familiar with his thinking, has been to wash his hands of it all. Yeah, he doesn't want to get in trouble anymore. In public, that means Mr. Zuckerberg is declining to engage with Washington except when necessary to save his ass. In private, he has stopped supporting programs at his philanthropy that could be perceived as partisan, and he has tamped down employee activism at Meta. Then shut down my frickin' censorship, said these people who spoke on condition of anonymity, of course, meaning they don't exist, because they were not authorized to do so or did not want to jeopardize their relationships with Mr. Zuckerberg, right? The man who stole Facebook. He has also spoken to President Trump in one-on-one telephone calls twice over the summer. These people said a move that some have characterized as an attempt to repair a long-strained relationship between the two men. Of course, the political environment, I think, I didn't have much sophistication around, and I think I just fundamentally misdiagnosed the problem. Yeah, okay. Dr. Zuckerberg said during a recent interview at a live podcast event in San Francisco. Last month, Zuckerberg publicly expressed regret around some of his political activity in the letter to Congress. He said that in 2021, the Biden administration pressured Meta into censoring more COVID-19 content. Let me tell you something. They're censoring anything. I'm being censored for things that have nothing to do with COVID. So he's full of shit. Mr. Zuckerberg felt comfortable with, and he said he would not repeat the contributions he made in 2020 to support electoral infrastructure because the gifts made him appear not neutral. He wasn't neutral. All right, that's all we need to know about him. He's a liar.
Can a leopard change his spots?
No. Hey, Leanne, what's up, girl? Let me see.
I can't believe that he's tired of the blowback, though.
Oh, yeah, he's tired of that because he doesn't want to have to travel to D.C. and sit there and kiss their asses anymore.
Yeah, I can believe that. I don't believe that he's somehow become conservative.
No, he's not conservative at all.
But I can believe that he's just had enough. And
I think so.
Especially with the recent crop, like a lot of people who considered themselves middle of the road now finding themselves being called far right, and a lot of people are, like he's probably tired of the people that are activists and burning things down. And
well, think about this too. Think about when the Biden administration, when that fascist administration used government pressure to get the social media companies, including this platform, to censor people for things that the fascists didn't like them saying, right? Well, think about all the money that cost them. Now they had to create departments and hire people to do the censoring. They had to get programmers to write the algorithms so that they would censor only certain topics. They would capture it and censor it before it got published, right? And it was all shadow banned. They didn't say, oh, you can't publish it. Well, sometimes they did. You went against our guidelines, right? But a lot of the times what they would do is what they do to me. It's like a shadow banning. We used to do really well using Facebook and the business model, and then all of a sudden they censored the shit out of us.
Yeah, but it's really cute because even if they tell you went against their guidelines, they never tell you exactly what guideline you violated.
Boy, and you know what? At least I'll tell you what. At least YouTube, when you write to them, if you appeal. Now I got strikes on my other channel a while ago, and I would always write the appeal, and this was a non-political channel, right? So I would write the appeal, and it would take like 6-7 weeks, but they would write back and say, you know what? Sometimes we make a mistake. We went over it again, and you're right. You did not violate. We're sorry, and the video's back on. But whenever I got a strike, to appeal on this channel, it was like I would write my appeal, and then I hit submit, and instantly it says, well, we read your appeal and we don't agree. It's like, I was like, wait a minute, you read my appeal. What are you, like Superman with reading? It was like a nanosecond, and they don't care.
And let us take this opportunity to remind everybody what pretty much the definition of fascism is.
Yeah.
That's the government in league with big business, so that the big business does
what they can't.
The government can't do.
Right. First Amendment, they can't do it, but a private company can.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now there was a case. What was it? Was it Alabama v? I think it was Alabama v. Marsh. I forget, but we have a resident Alabama person here. What happened was there was a company. A lot of companies did this. The company would build a town, right? Like a manufacturing company. They'd build a town, and the people that worked there would live in the town. It was a real town, barber shops, grocery stores, but they had to pay with the money they got paid by the company, which wasn't real money. It was money that was only good in that town. So imagine that. You want to go somewhere else to buy something, you can't because you don't have any money, and you couldn't trade it for like US dollars, but you had to agree to that just to be able to get the job, right? So there was a group of women that put up signs that were anti-abortion. They were pro-life signs. And the town said, you can't do that. All right. They just came out and said, nope, you can't do it. And we're the government. So, we're the city, we're in charge. So fuck you. So they took it to court, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled and said, well, guess what? You are a de facto government because you're the one that created this town and you're the one that governs it. If you're the one that can say you can't do that, then you're a de facto government and the First Amendment applies. Okay. So if Twitter X is the de facto, the town square now, if you will, just like YouTube, town square, right? If that's the town square that everybody goes to express themselves, well, then if the government is forcing them to do these things, to do censorship and all that, right? Well, then aren't they a de facto government working with the government in that sense? That's how
fascism.
Yeah, I know. That's how I would argue it. I would say if you look at Marsh,
they're not a government, but that's.
But I would say if you look at Marsh, they are. If the government says to them, look, we're telling you to do this, and they do it, they could have said no. But then they knew that the fascists in the Biden regime would have then taken measures to shut them down. They knew that.
You ever see the movie Lord of War?
No.
It's got Nick. What's his name in it? Anyway, I'll think of it.
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, Nick Cage. And
I may have seen it. He was an arms dealer.
It's based on a true story, loosely based on a true story. He was a big time arms dealer.
Yeah, I think I did see it. Yeah.
And the one guy finally catches up with him, and he's sitting there and holding, and he says, yep, pretty soon, gentleman is going to come down the hall with a lot of stars on his shoulder and a lot of medals on his chest.
Yeah.
And he's going to say that you have to let me go because I'm the one who gets to do the dirty things that the government can't do.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And I'm paraphrasing, of course.
And I'm going to tell you something. They have those guys all over the place.
But yeah, that's the point.
Whitney Webb. Hey, we got Leanne coming in.
Hey guys.
How you doing? How's it going down there? How you guys making out?
Oh, it's beautiful here.
Really?
Didn't rain a drop.
Oh, well,
but
God bless you. God bless you.
My oldest daughter went on vacation to Asheville, North Carolina. They're on the top of a mountain. They can't get down. So
yeah. Wow. Well, God bless everybody. Hope everybody, they're in our prayers. Hope everybody's all right.
Hey, did you guys see Six Flags?
What'd they do?
Six Flags over Georgia. It is underwater. The Scream Machine, the big,
really? You're breaking up because you went outside.
The lower part of the roller coaster are underwater. All you can see are the top of the pine trees. That's how much it's flooded there.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. And they also said in Atlanta they're having sinkhole problems because of the flooding.
Yep. How about that?
Yep. Yeah.
So you know what?
Well, they say there's another one coming this way in about a week and a half. How can they know unless it's determined and they're guiding it where the hell it's going to go, if it's even going to be a hurricane? 2 or 3 weeks.
I know the butterfly on the coast of Africa farts, and like 2 weeks later, we got like a tsunami coming. Yeah.
You can't tell weather more than a few days ahead. You really can't tell weather more than a few days.
I know, and yet they're going to tell us climate change, right?
I mean, if you watch some of these guys when they start to predict hurricane tracks, and then at the beginning, for the first couple of days, the lines all go in more or less the same direction, and then all of a sudden, about day 4 or 5, it's either going to go southwest or maybe northwest or maybe north.
I know, it's crazy.
We are in the Gulf. It can go north. It can go northwest. It can go north. It can go northeast, or it can go.
Yeah.
We were in the cone here. It was supposed to this hurricane was supposed to hit between Louisiana and Panama, which is Mobile, basically in between. But then it jutted to the east. We had a pressure system here, sent it east. So thank God for that.
Yeah. If it comes across into the Gulf, it can go right across Mexico. It can go right in Florida.
Who all got hit?
Not even hit Florida. Go up the East Coast.
Who are all the states that got hit?
Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia's Atlanta, Georgia is underwater.
Yeah, you're saying that, but
and they are having big sinkhole problems, so you can't go through Atlanta at all. Augusta is all of Georgia. I mean, it went all the way to Savannah. I mean, they all got hit. Noonan, Georgia got hit real. Oh yeah, that was a big storm. And I will say it was a Category 4, so I would have gotten out of the bed for that one.
Yeah, we had in Pennsylvania, we had drizzle all day long.
Yeah, but it's beautiful here. I mean, here you can look. I don't know how to turn my camera around, if I can here. Let's see. Hold on.
Just turn the phone. There you go.
Let's see.
We still see you. Nope. Just turn the phone around.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. See, sunshine.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Nice.
So,
that's a big backyard. Do you mow it?
No, I have a yard man that does it, but I do have a zero-turn. Well, I have a zero-turn lawnmower, and I love to do it. It's so much fun, and so I might get on it this evening and just cut the grass because it sure needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about it?
But it's beautiful here. I mean, and it's like 85 degrees, no humidity. It's like a great day.
65 where I am.
Oh, that's chilly.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually nice.
I guess it's 65 in Cape May too, because Philadelphia and Cape May is not far apart. So,
well, it's going to be cooler there because of the ocean.
It's still 83 degrees here in Denver.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well,
and that's already that's 83 degrees at 7 o'clock at night.
Wow.
Okay,
right
Rich,
now,
what do you know about
Cape May?
Hey, what do you know about these surface-to-air missiles that are supposed to be? I
know. I haven't talked about that yet. Yeah, they say there's surface-to-air missiles that came over the border. Like they're saying, well, surface-to-air missiles came in, and they believe that they're from people that were linked to Iran, Hezbollah, and all that. And if they want to take out President Trump's train, Trump Force One, right? And I'm sitting there going, okay, so if you knew all this shit, why didn't you stop them?
Well, my question is, if they knew they brought them across the border, why don't they know where they are now? What they do? Just say, well, come on in.
You're behind because I think you're too far from your house.
Yeah, you got to get back closer to your house.
Yeah, you got to get closer to the house because you're like.
I'm outside. Outside.
You're bouncing around now.
Beautiful weather.
Got to go back in the house.
Yeah, we're hearing every other word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing that like they came out and said there were 5 foreign assassination teams here to take out Trump.
3 of them were from foreign countries.
And okay, if you know about that, What are you
Then
doing?
why don't you go arrest them?
What are you doing about it?
Well, they know about 13,000 people convicted of murder that they let in too. And 14,889 was it? People that were convicted of sexual assault that they let in, and over 450,000 or 425,000 overall illegals they brought in that have criminal records. So why didn't they stop those people too? And Kamala has balls the size of Texas trying to get elected president. She was the border czar, for God's sake.
Well, it's just
why is she even on the radar at this point?
Okay, so now that we know about that, what about this Diddy stuff?
Whoa. I haven't heard the latest, but they're going to Epstein his ass.
Oh, sure, they are.
There's too many people that were involved. Like I heard he was, all right, I can't remember. I'm terrible with Hollywood names, but Corey Feldman, when he was a kid, he was in a lot of movies with this other kid who committed suicide.
Another Corey. It was his name was Corey.
Yeah, maybe his name was Corey, but
yeah,
he was this real good-looking kid that had a real big, bright future in Hollywood. He was in movies. He was a good actor, and here he killed himself because. And Corey would never say the name of it. I always thought that it was what's his name? Oh shit! Now I forget his name. Sheen, Michael.
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen. Yes, I always thought it was Charlie Sheen. And here now I think it was P. Diddy because somebody came out and said, "Yeah, Corey Feldman mentioned his name," and I was like, "Whoa!" That's all I heard, and I put 2 and 2 together, and I got 5. So, if that's the case, wow, he was P. Diddying this kid.
Well, it's kind of funny that P. Diddy goes to jail, and then all of a sudden, here they come and indict the mayor of New York,
Eric Adams. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all intertwined. All of them have been doing the freaky deaky with little
Corey
kids.
Haim. Yes, you're right, Bobby.
And they all need to burn in hell, every one of them.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, guys, let me say this too. Over the next couple of weeks, it's not going to affect much, but we're getting off StreamYard because StreamYard just doubled their price.
Oh
and
my!
I can afford 80% increase, and I can afford it, but it's the principle of the thing. So I'm probably going to go with Restream, which is slightly different, but it's almost as easy as StreamYard. StreamYard's very easy to run.
Yes.
And so I'm going to go over to Restream probably. I mean, I may keep it for another month just to get used to the other Restream thing, But I was also thinking of using Rumble Studio because if you do a live stream in Rumble, you can simultaneously do it in like 4 other places, I think it is, and YouTube's one of them. And they have a nice studio. It's actually nice looking.
Yeah.
I couldn't get it to work, but it was still nice looking. So, but yeah, I'm probably not going to stick around because of the 80%. They're saying, oh, well, we're giving all kinds of extra features. Well, MFR, I didn't ask for those features, and who knows if I'm ever going to use them anyway. Why did you do that to me? Why didn't you just make another tier and say, if you want these extra features, this is what we'll charge? But no, they hit us up. It's going to go up to, I think it's like $45 a month now. It'll be where it's like, I think I'm paying $25 a month now. So it's like an 80% increase.
Well, you know why they do it, because they can. That's why.
Yeah. Well, because StreamYard, yeah, I think you're right, because StreamYard is the top streaming service out there because it's very easy and it's very good software. I mean, you should see my command center here. So I think they just thought, well, we can get away with it, so we're going to do it now.
And what's really funny is what comes to mind is when Kamala talks about grocery stores price.
Yeah, price gauging.
Price gauging, excuse me.
The price gauging, bigot.
I mean, they're on like a 2 to 3% markup.
Yeah, I know. Do you know who has the lowest markup? Gasoline stations. But go ahead.
That's called
gasoline stations. They make like a few pennies per gallon.
Yes, I know. I used to work at some gasoline stations, but I never worked at McDonald's. So tell Kamala.
She doubled down on that one. She did. Did you see the interview this week?
No, what happened? She shot
doubled down.
Yeah.
And
no records of her ever working at a McDonald's.
Well, I forget the lady, but the lady was trying to make some fun of it. And so she said, okay, a very important question. Have you ever served 2 all beef patties with a special sauce on a sesame seed
pickles, onions on the sesame seed bun.
Whatever she,
Yeah.
And so Cackles decided to do cackling and then doubled down. She said, yeah. So she McDoubled down. Yeah, that's about it.
Down.
Yeah, she doubled down on it. She said, no, I did that.
You look good, Leanne, but go ahead. Sorry.
She also said she was black too, and she's not black either.
Right. Did you guys see? I did a video on Candace. Did you guys watch that?
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, when Candace went through, that was interesting.
Well,
so at most she's 12% black.
12%, yeah.
Because and she's descended from Irish slavers.
I'm loving it.
Well,
I'm loving it.
I can tell you now, down south where we are. Now you do in the midtown and the downtown area, because that's where all the LGBTQRXZ 1, 2, 3, whatever you want to call
the
it.
alphabet people.
And they've got Harris Waltz signs, but if you go out in the west of this city, you can't find a Harris Waltz. And there's some people down the street that've got a Harris Waltz, and they've got a thing that said something about Donald Trump being a parasite. I am going to go down there tonight, and I'm stealing all of their signs out of their yard.
Oh,
that's what
you just announced a misdemeanor.
I don't care.
My program. This is a first and exclusive, folks.
Come get me.
Just pack the heat.
They also were the ones in our neighborhood that their Christmas decorations got stolen, and nobody else's in the entire neighborhood got stolen.
But
and
yours.
The lady looked at me. She goes, "Well, what do you think ours got stolen?" I said, "Well, you got a Black Lives Matter sign in your front yard. All you did was give them an invitation to come on in here and steal your shit. Nobody else has got stolen." Fuck. Excuse my language, but come on now. Think about this. I mean, we got a lot of liberal attorneys in our neighborhood.
Right. But
we also have some Trump flags. I think I'm just going to go buy the letters and write Trump in my front yard.
Well, we had in my neighborhood in 2020, there were a lot of Biden supporters, which is why I got my whole house done up with Trump stuff, the flags everywhere. And I mean, everywhere and everything. Right. And just to say, screw you, we exist. And now I saw only one. And
I was going to say, you're not seeing that anymore, are you?
It was a single column Kamala sign that it just said Kamala for president. Yeah. That was it.
You're just not seeing it anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
it's an Italian thing.
Right down here where we are in Midtown, you see
what's up, Louis?
Signs, but it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, she's Irish, Kamala. Her family, the Finnegans, were all on both sides of the family. They were white slave traders, Irish slave traders. Holy mackerel. And she's talking about reparations. Really? Your family should be the one.
I'm ready for her to write me a check.
Reparin.
My great-grandfather came over here, however many greats it was. Came over, injured servant from Ireland. So I need my reparations too. Pay up. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't on both sides of her family, though. Her mother is Indian.
India. But I think they said that it was on the other side of the family. It was another name, but they were Irish.
Yeah, I think
that's why she's 12%. That's why she's only 12%.
I think that was on both sides of her father's.
Oh, yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
Yeah, because the father
was Finnegan. I can't remember the other name. Howe or Brown or no, Brown was the father's side.
Brown and Finnegan.
Finnegan and something else.
Yeah, Finnegan is a real, there's
that's up to the Irish too, yeah.
Yeah.
These people that are woke, I would just wish they'd go back to sleep because I'm over this crap. And I'm no longer keeping my mouth shut. I mean, if they want to say what they want to see, great. I can say what I want to too. I'm sick and tired of it.
Well, you know what? Look at Bobbity just wrote. He said, Governor Newsom signed a law allowing government payouts of reparations. So happy to have tax money stolen. Now, here's the thing about California doing this. Okay. This is why Newsom is a nuisance to the nation. California was not a slave state. So why the fuck is he putting, pardon my French, why is he putting out reparations when he's not a slave state? What higher office is he looking for?
Because he's new scum.
Yeah, new scum.
There you go.
He's old scum. But they were not a slave state. There's no reason to do reparations. And I say, yes, if you can prove you were a slave, I believe the Democratic Party should pay you reparations.
Because the Democratic Party is the ones who enslaved them.
This is the thing that I always say. It wasn't, they always got away with it by saying, well, like I'm talking to Democrats. Well, you know, America had a very hard time. No, it wasn't America, dude. It was you. It was your party. When the war broke out, the Civil War, out of, I think it was like 4 million slaves were here. I think it was 4 million. Not a single one was owned by a Republican. No, none. And it was all Democrats.
Well, there's something about that. Don't forget the Republican Party was about 5 minutes old at that point. Lincoln was
they were around it.
Lincoln was the second time that the Republicans had presented a presidential candidate, as far as I know.
Right, so that's 8 years.
But I agree. The here's what you do.
They were the Whigs prior to that.
Yeah, here's what you do. You ask people, okay, you think you deserve reparations. Okay, fine. Do you think the reparations should come from the people who originally caused the harm? Well,
Right.
Of course. So
Then you
in
say,
that
okay, they're all
case-
dead. Sorry.
Well, let's get past that because they still vote Democrat. Go to the tribe leaders in the Western African states.
Okay.
That's where you need to get it from.
Yeah.
Hey.
Because they're the ones that captured and sold the slaves.
Yes.
And
They were considered
They
mob.
had, they had slaves and then they started selling them. They sold more eastward than they did westward.
Was it the Ayo and the Ashanti tribes? They were the first ones that
There's
started
one,
selling.
Dombasi or something. What is it? Starts with a D. I can't think now.
What they used to, they would go and conquer a people, take all their shit and murder them. Then they found out that there were these people that were known as Arabs that would say, hey, I'll give you more shit for those people.
Yeah.
And they went, oh, okay. So they stopped killing them and they started selling.
They started selling them to the Arabs.
Right.
And by the way,
And
they
the
also
Europeans
had,
got involved.
they apparently also had European slaves. I don't know how they did that. But the bottom line is if you want to get reparations, you take your complaints
Right.
over to Africa.
Right.
And you talk to the governments over there that sold the slaves, that captured
What's
the
up,
people
Tavis?
and sold them into slavery. You go ahead and do that.
Well-
That's where you need to start.
I would say this too. They should pull a Reagan on them. Because I remember when Jesse I Have a Scheme Jackson came in and said that he wanted reparations, and Reagan called him out on it and said, okay, I'm going to take a look at it and I'll let you know. And so he did. And he came out and gave a little speech and he said, okay, we're going to go forward with it and we're going to do reparations and we're going to have to figure out how much is owed and how much will be paid and all that. And he says, but when we do reparations, that's it. There's no more affirmative action. There's no more set aside government programs. There's none of it because you've been repaired. It's reparations. You've been repaired. And Jackson said, no, we don't want reparations. Never mind. We don't want that shit. All right. And he backed away from it. Now they want reparations and they still want affirmative action and they want set asides. So what do? I say it was the Democratic Party. Make them pay for it. Make them pay for it. It was them. It wasn't America. There were plenty of Americans who died trying to end slavery. Now, Abraham Lincoln understood, like the others in those days, because there was a famous quote where he said, if I keep the Union together by ending slavery, I shall end it. If I keep the Union together by keeping slavery, I shall keep it. Okay? But Lincoln and the rest, they understood that the dynasty that happened with getting elected to national office was the Southerners. Now think about it. The first bunch of the Virginian presidents. And so the Abolitionist Party came along and said, well, the reason why is because of the system they have down there. Because, and see, I heard a guy, I was listening to Wilkow, I think it was yesterday, Andrew Wilkow, and he had this guy he's a black guy who calls in. The guy is intelligent, but he's just a smart ass, and he just pulls a lot of gotchas like most liberals do. And he pointed out, he said, well, you say you're an originalist for the Constitution. He said, yeah, I am too. And he said, oh, so then you think that I'm only worth 3/5 of a person. And when somebody argues the 3/5 compromise, I laugh in their face because they obviously don't know what the hell they're talking about. The 3/5 compromise. Now, they say, well, why didn't they fix the slavery thing? Because they were trying to build a fucking union. They were trying to get 13 states or colonies, if you will, to agree to get together and form a country. They said, we're going to try to end that. But right now we got to get past that and try to form a country. Then we'll work it, which is part of in order to form a more perfect union thing. Right. So what happened was they came up with the 3/5 compromise, and these ignorant motherfuckers, they don't understand what
is important right there is that people have to understand that it wasn't coming down from a whole person.
Right.
They weren't being counted. It was coming up from zero.
That's what I was just about to say. What happened is the 3/5 compromise was this. What they understood was that if a man who owned a plantation had 100
Hey guys,
slaves.
I gotta hop off.
All right.
All right.
Good to see you. Stay safe if it turns. Bye.
Bye.
See you, girl. All right. So what happened is if he had 100 slaves, that's a small plantation. He had 100 slaves, then he had 101 votes because he could vote by proxy through all his slaves. Okay. So it was not much, but 3/5 said, okay, so now each slave is worth 3/5 of a person because they wanted to cut the amount of votes down that they could have. Because if they allowed the slaves to vote, I seriously doubt, especially after they introduced Christianity, I seriously doubt that they would vote for for whoever was going to continue slavery in the White House.
No, but my understanding is that the point is if somebody owned 100 slaves, the slaves weren't counted. And in order to allow them to be counted at all, and they wouldn't agree to make them a whole person, but in order to get some counting of them, they had to agree to the 3/5 compromise.
Well, see, they understood that after the country was formed, they understood that Southern dynasty was where the Virginia guys were all winning, and they wanted to end that. And they thought ending slavery would do it because you had more and more territories that were going to become a state, and they didn't want them to decide to become a slave state. They didn't want to expand it because they would have lost political power. Okay. Now the abolitionists, a lot of them, I'd say the majority of them really did feel that slavery was an inherent wrong, which we all know it was. But they did it for political reasons because they felt if we gain the White House, then we gain other prominent positions in Congress as well. And then we can just make laws that outlaw it. But they had to wait until the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments came in order to make that a thing. And people had to die. Was it 500,000 or so died fighting that war? But when people say that 3/5 compromise, I was only 3/5 of a man, they don't seem to realize that was the first thing that abolitionists did to try to stop slavery. It wasn't a lot, but what else could they do at that time? But at least they did something.
That's what they could get.
That's all they could get. Yes.
And you know who was the first to end slavery? The West.
Europe. Well, in Europe. Yeah, Europe. They ended it. Right.
It was
Frederick Douglass would go over there.
Not long, but a few years before we did. And I forget her name. I can send you a reference to it, but there's a really interesting treatise, a woman who's basically, her point is the West should not be criticized for slavery. The West should be commended for ending slavery.
Yeah, but you should still criticize them because,
it's not a good thing, but
I know what you're saying. But it was some fucked up shit. But who was it? Masters of the Dream. oh God, what was his name? He was an ambassador to the UN for the United States. He ran for black guy, ran for president. Oh shit, I forget his name. Ah, damn it. He was in Chicago. I forget his name. Really good guy, but I can't remember his name. But he pointed something out to me that was interesting. This is just a sidebar because I love this topic of history. And he had said that one of the biggest mistakes that they made was allowing slaves to have families, because they thought that if they had a family that it would be harder for them to run away, and it was. But then later on, they found out that a lot of the men ran away to go back to their family because they were sold to another plantation. But they allowed Christianity, and that was a major flaw. They allowed them Christianity, and at first, for like the first, I don't know, 50 years, they were not allowed inside the church on Sunday. They had to stand outside and listen in. Then after like 50 years, they were allowed to be in the vestibule, right? They were never allowed inside. But this was the fatal flaw, because when they understood Christianity, okay, they said, oh, it gave the slaves something to hold on to. It gave them a moral superiority, because they said, you know what? Your Jesus and my Jesus are the same Jesus, the same God. And I know for a fact that my God will look down on you for what you're doing to me. And that was a big thing that went through the communities. They all believed it. And they were right. They were right. How can you be a Christian and you have someone as property? How the hell can you do that? And that's what that was one of the things that went through with a lot of the slaves, and it, because a lot of them killed themselves. I mean, they lived a life of shit, right? There was no way out.
I've told you this before. You know why they didn't have to worry about slaves having family? The Arabs didn't worry about slaves having families.
Yeah, I know why. Go ahead.
They castrated all the men.
Well, they also worked them to death.
Well, and that too.
They worked them to death. Whereas in America, because they just said, yeah, fuck it, we'll buy more slaves. Whereas in America, they said, you know what? These evil bastards. They said, let's be capitalists about it. They didn't call it capitalism then, but they said, let's be capitalists about it. And we will keep. Apparently, God was okay with slavery in the Bible. Yeah, sure. And so they said, a good horse cost about the same as a slave. And they said, you don't work a horse to death, because then you got to buy another horse. And so you're losing money. And that's why they didn't work them to death. But
it was an investment for them.
And a lot of people said, well, you should feel lucky that you are here instead of over and that. And you're lucky? Really? Okay, you weren't worked to death, but you were still worked. You know, like against your will.
You know what was really creepy? And this was like very creepy. That you'd go to visit one of these rich plantation owners and be there for dinner, and you'll notice that their houseman looks a little light and bears a great resemblance to the head of the household.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they all had girlfriends. I when I read the book Master of the Game, you should get. Let me see who it is.
But what they did, yeah, is when they had at these slaves, if they had a child, they would potentially put them in, not out in the fields working to death. They make them the houseman.
Right.
So they'd be in a privileged position because that was their kid. But they weren't going to say that was their kid. But it was very creepy because, the kid looked a lot like the head of the household, the houseman.
Yeah, let's see. Masters of the Dream. There it is. It was Alan Keyes. Thank you. Alan Keyes, brilliant guy, PhD, ran for president as a Republican. And the Democrats, when he went up to speak I remember the Democrats, and I think it was in Alabama. The Democrats jumped in and said he can't be in the debate. And I remember they arrested him. It was either in Alabama or it was in Georgia, but they arrested his ass. And I remember the poor guy standing there saying, I am a legitimate candidate for the presidency of the United States under the Republican Party. What are you doing? And they tried to say, well, last minute we made these rules that if you were under a certain percentage in the polls. And he's like, what about him? Because it was a guy that was lower than him, right? And he was allowed to debate. such racist motherfuckers, that party. And because they could not have a black man be known that he's running as a Republican for president. They couldn't let America know that, because back then it was still the big lie was that the Republicans were the racists and the Democrats were the ones that, never did anything wrong. Right. And so they actually locked his ass up. I could not. Now they let him go later because they had no charges, but they did arrest him, and he missed the debate. I'll never forget that. It's unbelievable. In fact, they called him in when I believe it was to run against Obama. When Obama ran for the Senate, it was what was his name? David Axelrod, who was Obama's. No, that was Herman Cain, Lou. That was Herman Cain, 999. Unfortunately, the dear man passed away recently. That was Herman Cain, 999, and I actually liked that plan. But what's it called? Yeah, they screwed Herman Cain, as a matter of fact. And it was David Axelrod again who screwed Herman Cain. Herman Cain, right, was the 999 guy, and he was getting traction. They could not have a black man who was a conservative, who was very popular and very successful in business, run against Barack Obama, right? So they got this woman who came out and made these sexual allegations, saying she had like a 10-year affair with him, and she was from Chicago, right? Now, Herman Cain was a guy, he was known as the guy that Papa John's Pizza, Coca-Cola, Burger King in Philly area, right? He was called in when the company was really screwing up and they could have gone out of business. He was called in to take it over in an interim, make the changes that needed to be made to get it back. And then he said, all right, I'm gone. I'm going to the next one. He would fix and save companies. Okay. And he's very, very successful.
So he was a fixer.
Yeah, he was a fixer, right? So what happened was this woman comes out, and it just so happened, said he had an affair, and it just so happens that Illinois, Chicago, was not one of the cities that he ever worked in, ever. And then we find out after the election, right? Because he had to drop out because he said, I don't have the money to defend something like this, right? For lawyers and shit. So it turns out that in the end, we found out that the woman lived in the same building as David Axelrod, and she had money problems, and he paid her money off. This is the story that I was told. He paid her money off for her to make the accusations up. But this is the Democratic Party. When Obama ran for state Senate, he ran against, 7 of 9 from Star Trek, the hottie from Star Trek, okay? Well, her husband and she were getting a divorce, and the divorce was sealed because there were some things said during the hearings that would be embarrassing for the Hollywood starlet, and for him, he's a politician. So they were sealed by a judge. The judge said, yeah, we'll seal them. Don't worry. All right. So he goes to run against Barack for the state Senate. David Axelrod finds a Democrat judge who unseals it and releases it to the press. That alone, the judge should have been thrown off the bench, and Axelrod should have been charged with a crime for bribery. All right, I don't care if he gave him money or not. He got him to do it, right? So the guy had to bail out of embarrassment, because back then the Republicans, I can't do this, and he runs away, while the Democrat was just going, hey, fucking sucker, I'm still going to run, right? So Obama actually won his state Senate seat unopposed. There was no one running against him, but they tried the same thing when he ran for the U.S. Senate. And I think at the last minute, they got Alan Keyes to fill in, but Alan Keyes had like 3 months to prepare a campaign. And so there was no way he was going to win because he didn't have the name recognition. I remember him because I read Masters of the Dream, and it was a fantastic book. And if you guys, Masters of the Dream, I'm going to put it in. You guys ever want to read a great book about slavery and about how they overcame, like, personally, their individual struggles and all, and then in society, it's just a great book. If you want to see that. And so should we get back to doing stories, or?
I was just thinking, other than the closing comment, if you're talking about Democrats, if you go back and you talk about the Grand Vizier and those guys in white sheets.
All Democrats, by the way.
All of them Democrats, everyone. Anyway, yeah, let's get down to business. Come on, my
I love it when they go, yeah, but David Duke was a Republican. You know, yeah, well, he was a Republican after he left the Democratic Party, or I'm sorry, the Klan. He was a Democrat his whole life. He left the Klan and then became a Republican. And President Reagan, at the time, tried to get him kicked out, but he couldn't do it because there was a local party, and you can't kick someone out of the Republican Party just because you don't like them, even if they're the most heinous motherfucker around. And so he got elected to office in Louisiana by Democrats. He was a Republican, but no Republicans voted for him just about, but all the Democrats did because he was David Duke. But they like to say, yeah, he was a Republican. Yeah, well, not until after he disavowed the Klan. But Republicans still know, like, we don't give a shit. You were a Klansman, right? It's like Robert KKK Byrd, right? He was a Grand Kleagle, whatever that is, right?
Yeah,
well, they made him the Senate Majority Leader not once but twice.
And who was
Conscience of the Senate, they called him.
Who was it that Biden did a eulogy at his funeral?
Oh yeah, it was Robert KKK Byrd.
That was Byrd.
That was Byrd, and the other guy, who was it? That Clinton, Bill Clinton. His mentor was Fulbright, Senator Fulbright, who was a segregationist. So he was on the fence shooting spitballs at black people instead of Byrd, who was on the other side of the fence shooting and stabbing them. Fuckers.
All right, let's get
Grand
to some
Kegel
news.
exercises.
Let's get to some news here.
Yeah, Clinton's benefactor. Yeah, let's do this. So let's see what the story we do now.
I hope everybody out there knows what Kegel exercises are.
Yeah. Here we go. We're probably going to have a commercial. No, we
still
didn't.
think Donald Trump is better.
Hold on. Here we go. This is great.
Over the last 4 years, there have been tremendous economic wins, and you've just laid out a big plan. But still, polling shows that most likely voters still think Donald Trump is better to handle the economy. Why do you think that is?
Because he is.
Well, here's what I know in terms of the facts. Donald Trump left us with the worst economy since the Great.
Let me just say this at the outset. Kamala Harris got the fax vaccine when she was a child because now she doesn't get facts.
Great Depression, when you look at, for example, the employment numbers.
It was during COVID, and employment was so high because we shut down the
She's
government.
doing follow-up.
Even before the pandemic, he lost manufacturing jobs.
No, he didn't.
By most people's estimates, at least 200,000.
Wrong.
He lost manufacturing plants. Ask the auto workers.
That's a lie.
He lost auto plants. We have grown over 20 new auto plants. He has an agenda. Let's just deal with it right now going forward, not to mention what happened in the past. He has an agenda that would include making it more difficult for workers to earn overtime, an agenda that would include cutting off access to small business loans for small businesses, an agenda that includes tariffs to the point that the average working person will spend 20% more on everyday necessities.
Wrong, because the tariffs have always worked. They worked the first time. When he put tariffs on a country, guess what? They stopped doing what they shouldn't have done, and so the tariffs came off. She's a liar.
And an estimated $4,000 more a year on those everyday necessities. Point that
how many thousands of dollars do you think she knows this number? How many thousands of dollars do the American people have to pay? I think it was 9,000 the last time they did this. They said because of their economy. Because they screwed our energy sector. You screw energy, you screw your economy. It's just that simple. I had to explain this to somebody at work the other day. They said, the energy company, the oil company. Like, you know what, dumbass? If you have a grocery truck, this is just an example. If you have a grocery truck and he's delivering produce to your local Acme store, your supermarket, right? And all of a sudden, gasoline goes up, like a lot, all right, doubles in price for diesel. And so they have to add the cost of delivery, the freight, right? The gas that they buy, they have to add that to the cost of buying whatever he's delivering. So if he doesn't do that, the trucking company loses money, and they're not going to be in business. They're not going to be delivering produce. So you have to add it to that. That's just a very minor minuscule, teeny, tiny. That's a little example. And think of all the other things. Like everything around your house that's plastic is made of oil, right? It's all made of oil. So think about the cost of everything. When the price of that goes up, the cost just goes on to and corporations don't pay taxes. All right, you do. Because when they raise taxes on corporate, like she's going to say, maybe in this, it might be this one. Oh, of course we have to raise taxes on the corporations. Well, why? They're already paying, according to the IRS, right? They're already paying their fair share. And every time you raise taxes on corporations, the corporations are like, meh. Because then they got to either they'll do the Obama effect. They got to either raise the price of their products or they make an inferior product. I remember when Obama, when he was there, and his inflation caused water bottles to be real thinner plastic. They had to cut back, right? And so when you open the bottle, you have to squeeze the bottle. You have to hold it to be able to turn and break the seal. And the water would shoot all over the goddamn place. And it was funny because you're like, oh, another Obama bottle, right? Well, think about this. There were products that people used for years. And then because of inflation, they had to find ways. They either had to increase the price, and they didn't think they could do that and get away with it. So they had to make it cheaper to manufacture. So they used different chemicals instead of natural products, or they had different chemicals that were not really tested that well and changed the product to where it harmed a lot of people. Right? So these are things that this bonehead here has no clue what she's talking about, and she's lying through
economists in our country, from Nobel laureates.
Oh yeah, Nobel laureates like Paul Krugman. I want you to go and just Google Paul Krugman is an idiot and see how many hundreds of thousands of returns you get.
To people at Moody's.
She said at no, Moody's. Moody's has always downgraded Democrat regimes. Always. It was Obama got downgraded twice by Moody's. I think Biden once so far. They probably threatened them.
And Goldman Sachs.
Holy Christ. Goldman Sachs were all the economic advisors of the Obama administration. And I think at least half of the Biden administration, and the other half, no lie, are from BlackRock.
I've compared my plan with his and said my plan would grow the economy.
Now, does anybody believe a real economist is going to say that they compared Trump's economic plan with hers and that hers is better?
This sounds like the 51 former heads of
you ever know
agencies.
They always have a number, don't they? Well, there were 52 people. It was 51 people. You remember that shit? It's just unreal. They think because they throw a number out there that people are going to go, oh, wow, there were 51. Huh?
His would shrink the economy. Some of
because we know that his economic policy shrunk our economy the first time around, right? Right, Kamala?
Them have actually assessed that his plan would increase inflation and invite a.
Oh my God, these fucking people, Jesus Christ. These are the people that don't understand that inflation is cumulative. You have 8% one year and it goes down to 3%. You don't have 3% inflation. You have 11% because it's cumulative. Because everything that was manufactured under the 8 is now in the stores, and they're not going to lower the prices because inflation went down to 3%. She doesn't understand that yet. She's going to tell you lies about Trump's economic plan versus hers. What is an opportunity economy? Do you know what that is, Jade?
I tried to look that up. And
me too.
But you know what this also reminds me of? Didn't Senator McCarthy do that when he was putting things out there, and he would give exact numbers of communists that had infiltrated this particular industry or that particular industry?
Oh yeah.
He would come out and he would say, yeah, there's 211
here. Oh yeah. Let me finish this up.
Recession by the middle of next year. So the facts remain that Donald Trump has a history of taking care of very rich people.
Oh my God. Their tax. If you paid taxes, you got a tax cut. Now this is the lame logic that these Democrats have. So these same economists actually pointed out that it was the lower and low middle class people in this country that got the highest percentage of a tax cut. But these dumbasses go, well, then how come the rich got more back? Because they paid more in taxes.
There is one thing that you have to factor in, because you're right, if you paid taxes, but it also turns out that something like 47% of the country doesn't pay tax.
Yeah, well, yeah, the bottom 50%
So
is
obviously
2.97, I think the IRS
obviously said. it was a benefit to the rich people because those people that didn't pay tax didn't get a tax refund.
Right. But
So,
by the same token, they don't seem to understand that if you paid $12 million in taxes and then you paid $4,000 in taxes, and let's just say for shits and giggles, it was a 10%, right? So the one guy's getting a lot more money than the guy that paid a smaller amount. All right. But the percentage was higher for the lower class people. So the idiots like this, these brain dead morons on the left, they think, well, if it was higher, how come they didn't get more money? Because it was a percentage of what they paid in taxes. It was if they had a certain salary, there was a tax that they paid on that salary. And if the tax went down by a certain percentage, they think that poor people should get the money from the rich people. This is class warfare.
Yeah, it's redistribution of wealth.
Yes, it's class warfare. Exactly.
And I correct me on the numbers. You probably know this. I don't off the top of my head. Isn't it true? Like the top 10% pay 80% of the tax.
Well, I know it's the top 1% of wage earners. The top 1% pays like 39% of the entire federal income tax burden. The top 5% pays, I think, 60 some, and I think you're right. The top 10% pays like 80 some percent.
80 some percent.
Yeah, in fact, I have it. Hang on. I have it. I'll find it and I'll pull it up because it's the tax foundation that keeps track of that shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have it.
Yeah, she grew up middle class.
Taxes.
She grew up middle class, and I've got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah. Okay, so they gave me an error. Damn.
Yeah, she went on the other day. Kamala went on the other day about how her mother had to work so hard and that finally saved enough for a down payment on a house.
I know. It's like, yeah, like not anybody else ever had to do that, right, Kamala? It was only your mother. Let me see. Summary of latest. Come on, gimme. Come on. Load it up. There we go. Now, guys, this is 2018 because that's the latest one I could find.
Close enough.
All right. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Capital allowances in your 2024. Okay. So let me find. All right. Share this instead. Okay. So now this is 2016 data that was done in 2018. Okay. So where is it? Or no, they said 2018. Okay. Well, even so. So the top 1%. Well, no, this isn't it. Average tax rate. The top 1%, the average tax rate is 26.87% back then, right? The average for the bottom 50% was 3.73. Now it's like 2.97 or something like that, right?
Yeah, but like 47, I'm told 47% of the country doesn't pay tax.
Well, the bottom 50% actually pays 3.73 back then, but 2.97 now. But the bottom 25% pay nothing because they have that earned income credit. They have the head of household that they use, so they pay nothing in taxes. They get all their money back.
Yeah, I heard that was 47%.
Maybe it is now. I could be wrong. Maybe it is now. Maybe after Trump, right? But I'm trying to find. Let me go back. Well, let's finish out Comrade Kamala, and then I'll find it.
And I'm not mad at anybody for being rich, but they should pay their fair share.
According to the IRS, the rich absolutely pay their fair share. They pay. If 1% of any group pays 39 point something percent of the whole bill, I would say they're paying their fair share.
But tax cuts for
Look at
the
her.
billionaires and the top corporations in our country, and then not really paying much.
How much tax did Hunter and Joe pay on the 41 million they got from the Chinese?
Attention to middle class families. My perspective on the economy is when you grow the middle class, America's economy is stronger. And
You know what kills me is that they always talk about the middle class, like, oh, we try to do things. Do you ever notice that all throughout the Democratic Party's history, they have fucked the middle class? Think about that. You know why? Because the middle class is the largest group of taxpayers. Because they're larger than the poor, they're larger than the filthy rich. They're the guys in the middle that pay the majority of taxes, and they have screwed them time and time again. And I'm talking about like things that we don't even know how they're getting screwed, but they're getting screwed because all the bills that we don't pay attention to, they're not big, but they do cost money, right? Like, think about it. When they pay like $1 million to find out why a chimpanzee masturbates only in front of other male chimpanzee. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that? You know, you got to pay taxes for that shit. They screw the middle class every chance they got. What were you going to say? Sorry.
What was I going to say?
Sorry about that.
Gosh, brain turned to oatmeal. Thank you, Commander. Good to see that you're here.
Yeah, man. Where you been, dude? Did you get my message? I sent you a song too. I sent him a song and some flowers. No, I sent him a song I wrote. I wanted to see what he thought. But go ahead.
You know, my ears must be bad. I thought I heard you say you sent him a thong.
No, a song. No, not a song. No. I keep those. I don't give them out to anyone.
Oh, I see. You have special friends to give those to.
Yes, I do, and they're usually female. But go ahead.
Or maybe you like to wear them when nobody's watching.
No, not progressed to that yet. It's just they
Not
they
there
leave,
yet. Not there
They
yet.
leave them in the back seat of my car. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, where did these come from?
Yeah, really.
So yeah,
the women in the workforce. Yep, that's
I'd
part
go
of it.
for a flat tax myself.
What's up, Liquid? Yeah, a lot of people are, but then you know what? You have these eggheads that come out. See, they come out and say, "Well, no, because then the poor would then get." You know what I say? Have the like she went out there saying he wants a national sales tax on top of income taxes. No, when he floated the idea of a national sales tax, he said it would replace the income tax, because the income tax is progressive and graduated. Where do we read about that? It's in the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto, a graduated progressive income tax. All right,
you can take from the rich.
Yes,
redistribute the wealth.
Right, and but what happens when it's progressive and graduated? What happens is there's a certain amount of money that you can earn, where if you earn any more than that, you earn less money because of taxes. So in other words, they punish you. Like think about this too. Ready? You have two guys. They both live next to each other. They both have families. Good guys. They both work a job. So they both work at the same factory and they make the same damn amount of money. Who would have thought? Okay, so guy number one, when he's done work that day, he goes home, spends time with the kids, goes over to homework with the wife, has dinner, bangs the wife. All right, at night, the other guy doesn't go straight home. He goes to a second job. Okay, so he works a second job for about 6 hours after working 8 hours at the other one, to earn a little more money so that they can have vacation, whatever he does it for, a new car, who cares, right? So now at the end of the year, the guy that worked harder has a higher rate of taxes that he has to pay, not just more money, but a higher freaking percentage rate. He's in a different bracket because he earned more money, right? So they punish you with a progressive graduated tax system. Whereas if you go into a national sales tax, then everybody pays taxes, including Hunter Biden, who wants to take that money he got from Ukraine and from Romania and from Moscow and from China and every other goddamn place where he got it. And when he wants to buy something, he has to pay tax on it. The drug dealer who deals in cash, well, now when he buys that car, that pimp mobile, right, he's paying taxes on that, right? They're not going to create a black market to avoid taxes.
And if you want to save money, you don't buy a new car this year. You wait.
Right. Right.
So yeah.
So you got to buy food. Well, guess what? Now you're paying taxes like everybody else.
I would be all in favor of a flat tax, but the real reason why it would never come in is because I found out a little bit ago that the tax preparation industry is an 11 plus billion with a B dollar industry.
Yep.
It is. I mean, how can that be? My jaw hit the ground. How can that be? So let's get to another story. I'm tired of looking at her face.
All right, let's see. Yeah, we're done. We're done with Kamala.
Do you have the one about Ruth's son?
About who?
Ruth's son. Ruth, the would-be.
Oh, Ralph. Oh, is it Ruth? Is it Ruth or Ralph? I kept calling him Ralph. It's probably Ruth. You're probably right.
I hear it called Ruth, and it's spelled Routh.
Yeah. All right. It's probably. Well, let's go with one video where we're still on Kamala, but it's Megyn Kelly and it's priceless.
Oh, you're gonna make me look at her face again.
No. Well, yeah. Okay. All right. I got off of it, but let's go down. This is Megyn Kelly when she's talking about this interview, right? So let's see.
Your sneakers are probably ruining your posture. Here's how these high-tech shoes are helping to relieve lower back pain.
Amazon hates this, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. There's a new electric lighter out there, and it's got the firepower of.
Then she finishes it off with, we didn't play this, but I come from the middle class. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked hard. No one gives a shit about your mother. They care about themselves.
I love it.
Stop talking about your mother. Start talking about the people who are actually suffering. Okay. So the only thing she said in the whole answer, and this was at the very end, was my vision for the economy is let's deal with some of the everyday challenges that people face and address them with common sense solutions. And then we got these 4 words, such as, yes, what? Affordable housing. Okay. Affordable housing.
Yeah, how's it affordable?
She's gonna solve that.
Yeah.
How do we do that?
How? But she's mentioned a $25,000 tax break.
Which is going to cause inflation because the government giving money out without
Where does the money come from?
Yeah, without producing it.
For first-time home buyers only. So if you've already owned a home, you're effed.
Yeah.
You're struggling to pay your mortgage, but it happens to be your second home, you're effed.
Yep.
That's it. And then she wants to somehow create more houses. We don't know how. We'll get to that later.
Because she never tells us. She doesn't tell us how she's going to do anything. You know, when they asked her, oh, hold on, that's another one we got to play. When they asked her how,
Lou, you should feel lucky. When I was in Canada, we had to work till mid-July to pay taxes.
Really?
Last year I was in Canada. I paid 52%.
Did I ever tell you my Canada tax story? It's real fast. I was a programmer and I was working for a company that we did the Yellow Pages, right? And so we did them for the entire world. It was when Yellow Pages were still a book, right? And we were doing them for up in Canada. We did all the provinces in Canada as well. And we had Teledirect, I think it was called. It was one of the companies up there. And they were also in the UK. And so our tax tables were by numbers, and theirs up there, they were A through G. They were letters, A, B, C, D, E, all the way up to G. And so they asked us, don't put them in place because we had to do the taxes for whatever reason. We had to put the new taxes in for their payroll system because we wrote software for that. And so they said to us, yeah, in a sec, Commander, I'll send you the link. So hang on. Here's the link. So what happened was we were calling them saying, whoa, your deadline's coming like real soon. Do you want us to put them in? And it kept saying, hold on. So then finally I called one of the head guys and I said, look, we got these taxes for the tables. I need to know which ones we should send, or should we send them all? And he goes, yeah, you can load a table A. And I went, okay. So I loaded table A. And so about 2 weeks later, they called us saying, whoa, everybody's paychecks are screwed up. What did you do with the taxes? And I'm like, well, we were still waiting for you guys to tell us, to do the tables. It goes, No, I told you last week. I said, no, you told me table A. Here he was saying A, like you Canadians say A. Yeah, you can load a table A. That's what he's saying. I heard table A, so I loaded table A only.
That's funny.
And I know. But they're all pissed at me.
Think about this for a minute. So
I put the link out, Commander. Hey, Bass, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Between federal and provincial income tax, I paid 52%. Okay.
Did you?
Now, I go to the store, and between the provincial sales tax and the federal goods and service tax, that's 18.77%. So start running the numbers. Say I earned $100.
Right.
I get 50. I'm rounding.
Right.
I take that 50. I go to the store. It's only worth 40.
What was that?
That was
Commander. Did you just fart?
No, I coughed. Okay, I just coughed. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
I tried to move my mic. Oh, my mic, it's got a like a rotary thing. Might sound like a fart.
All right, go ahead.
What really gets interesting is if I take my $50 that I earned out of my 100 and I pay a plumber, the plumber's got to go and take that $50 and pay tax. Now he's made
same 50. Yeah.
It doesn't take that long for that $100 to be $25. It's worse than a casino.
Right. Well, that's what Kamala is pushing, the wealth tax. And that means that you're going to have to pay tax on money you've already paid tax on. And you're going to have to pay money on unrealized capital gains every year. This is how the WEF did that whole great reset. You will own nothing, but you'll be happy, because they said, okay, so you own, say, a $300,000 house and it goes up to 425. Well, that cap gain, you didn't realize it yet, but you're going to have to pay tax on. So let's say you got a $44,000 tax bill for nothing. You didn't get any money, right? But you got to pay $44,000. Now, the first year you might be able to sell other assets, right? But then you're going to have to pay on that cap gain too. So what happens? The next year you go, you know what? I can't afford another $44,000. What do I do? Oh, well, we got these hedge fund guys that became part of the government now, and they'll be very happy to buy that house from you, and they'll lease it to you. I mean, they're not animals, right? They'll lease it to you, so you will own nothing, and you'll be happy. What's up, Commander?
Hey, how's it going? Jade, always good to see you here. Rich, brother, always good to see you too, man. Sorry, I haven't been around in a while.
Yeah,
it's been a make hay while the sun shines kind of thing. Like, I've literally been working like 12 to 16 hours a day, man. It's
really?
Fucking, oh yeah, it's been crazy. But we've like sold a whole bunch of vehicles, and we got a whole bunch more, and we're just trying to make hay while the sun shines, so to speak. But really, why I wanted to come on here was something you touched upon about the tax thing and about government spending. And Pierre Poilievre, our conservative leader here, and is the House opposition, of course, because the fucking stupid liberals with Justin Castro have got it fucking covered with our government, which is terrible. Poilievre, one of his main points of contention is like, okay, well, if you want to spend money, for every dollar that you spend, you have to take away from government spending. So you have to take away $1 to spend $1. In other words, like all this bullshit like fluff spending has to go. Like, oh, you want to spend this $1? Well, you have to find a way to get rid of that $1 in the government in order to supply that. Like, and they don't like that. The liberals don't fucking like that, right? You know, at all. And it's the same thing in the U.S. Like, I get it. Like, you know, we're neighbors, we're brothers. You know, we're brothers and sisters. You know, it's fucking it's unreal. Like. And they stonewall them, they gaslight everybody, they gaslight the Canadians. They don't give a fuck. Like, you know, it's like they're destroying the middle class, just like they are in the US.
Oh yeah.
They're destroying the middle class because they want the wealth gap.
Well,
they want the wealth gap.
Right. If you ever read Aldous Huxley, Brave New World.
Aldous Huxley, Brave New World. Oh, yes, I have.
That's what they want. They wanted to. That's kind of like what Brazil was for a long time. You had filthy rich, and everybody else was dirt poor.
You should, if you like audiobooks, look up Steve Parker audiobooks. He's a great guy, and he does great work, and he does sound effects with his books, like little sound effects in the background while he narrates the stuff, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Special K, good to see you, brother. You're awesome. You're awesome too, brother. Yeah, Special K is so awesome. He's a great drummer. I still want to see Jade. I want to see you and Special K in a drum off. Okay.
There you go. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. Like, and the gaslighting as of late, because we're like 39, 38 days from the election in your country.
Right. Right.
And the gaslighting from the media and everything. Did you see that kid on CNN? It's like the woman's like asking this boy, he's like, "Oh, what's the first thing you think of when I say the word Kamala Harris?" He goes, "Liar." Like, that's incredible. That's awesome.
Let me play this one. Ready? I got one more. I got another story I want to do.
Yeah.
And it's from not the Bee. Now that's from the Babylon Beast.
I know, but like real stories.
But the real story. I just tell for everybody else that's watching, right? This is funny. Okay, guys. All right, ready? There you go. Chinese sewer explosion shoots poop 33 feet in the air, covering pedestrians and cars. Citizens of Florida may be dealing with a hurricane, but commuters in Nanning, China, are dealing with something way worse. You gotta see this. You gotta see this. Ready? Watch the explosion.
So what exploded? Was it sewer gas?
Yeah, that's pure
Jesus.
Shit.
That's pure methane, baby.
Well, it's shit too. Wait do you see?
Why did they recover it?
Like, keep watching.
Yeah, that's a.
They have different angles and everything. Look at the guys on the
good
bike.
for the trees.
Watch.
Yeah,
here we go.
This is a methane explosion.
Watch.
Real.
Look at this.
Wow, you're fucking hilarious, dude.
That's shit. That's shit.
Oh, girl.
Look at this.
Yêu can
Boon at me.
Good. That's pure shit.
Rick, you know what I got to say about that?
All right, what's that?
You know what?
Buddy, thanks, buddy. You fucking make me laugh at Ass Avalanche.
What I got?
Fuck, you make me laugh so much, dude. I love you, brother.
I'm sorry, Jade.
I gotta have the final word here.
Oh God, yes, you can. Absolutely.
Holy crap!
I know. Cleaned it up. I was saying, holy shit. Cleaned it up. There you go. I knew you guys would get a kick out of that.
Yeah, that's
my
methane.
goodness.
Jade, I love you, girl.
That's
awesome.
methane, baby. That's methane.
Oh man, that. All right, let's see what else I can do. Let me do it.
Special K lives out east. I don't think we're close.
No, he lives. Special K is in Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, is he? Okay.
In British Columbia. Oh yeah.
Oh,
he's a fucking awesome drummer too. Like, that's why I said you guys got to get together. Like, you know, do a little face-off kind of thing.
Special
That'd be
K.
so awesome.
Whereabouts do you live? Special K. Put it up.
He's in Vancouver, Canada. Vancouver, British Columbia.
North of Vancouver. Okay. I'm not anywhere near Vancouver. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we can do this, like, you know, online kind of thing, like just like we're doing now.
All right, guys, here. I'm gonna play this. All right. This is a 36-second. It's a devastating Trump ad.
Oh wow, Half Moon Bay. Oh dude, I didn't realize that. Oh wow.
Latest one.
Been there for a while.
Watch.
Bidenomics is working.
Bidenomics is working.
We have the strongest economy in the world.
Our economy is the strongest in the world.
My Build Back Better framework.
Our Build Back Better framework.
To a steady and stable growth.
Stable and steady growth.
We've come so far since my inauguration.
Our country has come a long way since President Biden and I took office.
Nothing says her vision like copy and paste for the boss, does it? I mean, come on.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
It is.
Are you better? are you better now than 4 years ago? It's very simple.
Greatest question that Reagan ever came up with. The greatest question he ever asked. And you know what? Unless you're a liar, your answer is no effing way. Call a haiku. I think haiku, isn't that Japanese?
Haiku is Japanese poetry.
Yeah.
Jade.
Yep.
I've told Rich this before.
Half Moon Bay.
And I'll tell you right now, like I still feel the same way. I followed Trump for like 30 fucking years. I followed this guy. Like, not followed him, like, you know, like followed his career and what have you.
Yeah, the record.
And that man has always loved his country, like extraordinarily well. I remember when the Twin Towers fell, and he was like the first guy there, like before the government was there. He was there, like, hey, what do you need? What do you need? Fuck done. And like, he was putting his own fucking money in there and shit, like just getting shit done. Like that's what he was doing. You know, and he was that kind of guy, right? Like I always saw him as that. And then, even I saw the interview with him when he said, "No, I have no desire to be in politics or anything like that." And then of course, 2016, it was like, fuck it, I got to do it. Like, you know, this country going to shit, I got to do shit. And that's what he did, and he won. And you know what? Me as a Canadian, I love the guy. But I don't trust him, whatever. He's a businessman. I don't trust businessmen, but I trust politicians even less. Yeah. But you know what? Our countries were both doing really fucking good under Trump. Yeah. Like, we were both doing real good. Like, shit was looking up. No wars. The economy was good. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go for another fucking 4 years.
Did you know that Trump was nominated for 4 Nobel Peace Prizes?
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Of course, we knew he wasn't going to get one because he's Donald Trump, but
yeah.
Yeah, but Obama got one.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Before he even did anything.
I know.
And he got us into more wars than George W. Bush.
Yeah, and
I know.
And Trump, before he was a dedicated dyed in the wool. I can't talk. Dedicated dyed in the wool New Yorker. And he loved New York until they went out of their way to screw him around.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's moved to Florida.
Well, now there was a story out there that there's a judge coming down on Letitia James saying, you know, your bullshit with Trump is just that. It's bullshit. And they're like this close.
The fucking also the dude that was banging her is also in shit now too.
Who? No, you're thinking Fannie Willis.
Oh yes, sorry.
Yeah. Well, he was missing.
My bad. Yeah,
he was missing, and they found Letitia James.
Sorry.
I did something similar.
All these black Democrats look the same to me.
Yeah, they all got that funny look in their eye.
Yeah, I know.
Eyes, right?
Yeah, that might be it, right?
Yeah, I did something similar last week when I saw a story about Letitia James getting power over the elections, and I was thinking, holy shit, we're going to lose Georgia, but Letitia James is in New York, and our chance of taking New York is pretty low anyway. So we're not going to get New York.
Right.
God, I got to work on my posture here, guys.
Here's another video.
Fucking, who else is it? Fucking, what's the mayor of New York? He's in shit now too.
Right. I'll talk about that. Oh, I did a video that came out today. Here's another 39-second argument, but this is for the Second Amendment. And where do you hear this, girl? Where do you hear this? Listen.
You want to know why I'm going to fight so hard to maintain my right to bear arms? Because a rock in the hands of a bad person killed Abel, and a rock in the hands of a good person killed Goliath. It was never about the rock. And honestly, this country has already gone way too far putting regulations on a right. You either have a right or you don't. And regulations, which y'all call control, gun control isn't for the gun, it's for control. And that is the control of you. Because that gun cannot do anything. It is a tool.
It's a tool.
Gun control is to control
Just
you.
like Kamala, it's a tool. Wasn't that good?
The perfect woman doesn't exist.
I wouldn't go that far, you know.
I love her already. Yeah. Like, fuck, she's perfect.
You know, there was there was a
Crowder
channel
did that.
some years ago that had a camera 24/7, just focused on a Smith & Wesson sitting on a table.
Oh yeah.
Never walked down the street and said, "I think I'll shoot that person."
And it was, I'm still waiting for it to, get up and do something dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, my guns must be defective. None of them have ever gotten up and hurt anybody.
They understand it. They're look. Yes, they're morons on the left, but they understand that it's not the gun; it's the people who vote for them. That's the problem. See, it's a human problem, and you have to get into what's in the heart of the person who's using a gun to commit crimes. Okay, there's something wrong with that person, and you have to find out what that is. You're not gonna end it with going after the inanimate object that never shot anyone on its own. But the biggest thing, I think, is the biggest friggin' problem with the Democrats is when they put our kids into harm's way with these goddamn stupid gun-free school zones. They think because you put a sign outside that says gun-free school zone that a guy's going to come up and want to shoot a lot of people and go, fuck it, I can't go there. It's a gun-free school zone. No, that's exactly where they go. It draws them like a magnet because they know there's no adult inside who's armed that can shoot back at them.
I think teachers should be armed. I think we should have like veterans in our schools.
Yeah.
Like, like retired veterans that like maybe need a job, maybe stand outside, armed. Like
Jade, you were going to say something?
Individuals.
What are you going to say, Jade?
I was going to say, you never see somebody come in to shoot up a donut shop, do you?
I know, because it's too many cops. Yeah.
Oh, I see where you went there.
You never see them go in to shoot up a gun store, right?
Well, no, actually, I saw a video. Somebody came in, and it was, I think it was a gun store, and
must not have known it was a gun store then. The
they
best
went, I don't know what they were thinking, but all of a sudden, everybody draws down on them.
Yeah, I forget what movie I saw.
All of the guys behind the counter and half of the customers,
right,
drawn down on this guy.
Right. I saw one where these two thugs that went into a bar, and they're standing around looking at everybody. And it's like kind of like a honky tonk type of bar, and a lot of people are all having fun, drinking, dancing, like music, all that shit. And a guy just pulls out a shotgun and goes, "All right, motherfucker!" And all of a sudden, he's got 45 guns aimed at him instantly because they were all cops. It was a cop bar. I love that shit. But they know that it's the person, it's not the gun. They want to take your guns because that's what tyrants do in every time.
Do you know why?
Because
they want to take your guns because they know that you're going to shoot them for things that they want to do.
That's exactly true. That's exactly it.
I don't trust any politician who doesn't trust me.
I don't trust any politician.
Yeah, I don't
either.
You
could have said it there. You could have ended it there. I don't trust any politician.
I'll tell you what. Maybe for the first time in my adult life, I trust Donald Trump.
But if a politician doesn't trust me,
I don't trust him, but I sure like him. I like him. I like that guy.
Go ahead, Jay.
Politician doesn't trust me, and i.e. doesn't think I could be trusted with a gun, then I don't trust them.
Right.
Very simple. And
well, I wouldn't trust the government guns either. Look what they've done to the world.
Yep.
Well, in the red flag laws, I feel like crazy. I feel like calling up and saying I know of a man who's seriously suffering dementia who actually has access to nuclear weapons.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, I concur, Jade. I totally concur.
Although, where's he been lately?
Delaware.
He's watching Matlock. They give him a handful of grapes, and they go, "Here, go ahead," and they turn on Matlock.
Oh, he might be watching Murder, She Wrote too.
I don't know. Unreal, man.
Come on, Angela Lansbury.
I do trust Trump. You know why? Because I watched him for 4 years, and I thought he was in my lifetime. Okay, he was the most constitutional president I had ever seen.
Camping with Dave.
Asked him to do something. He said Congress has to make law. He said it.
It burns my ass when they say, "Oh yeah, he wants to dismantle the Constitution." Okay, which, like the First Amendment that you've gone after, like the Second Amendment that you've gone after, Like the Fourth Amendment, that you're saying that cops can just walk into your house now?
Right. Fifth Amendment. Yeah. Oh,
Shall I
Kamala
go
said that.
on?
We're going to come into your locked door and make sure
Yeah.
you're responsible with your firearm, your legal firearm. What the fuck?
I figured it. I thought the American, like, I'm a Canadian, okay, so I figured that the American Constitution was written so that even children could understand it. You know,
Yeah, it was written in what's called Vulgate
First
English.
Amendment, free speech.
Right.
Second Amendment, the way to keep your free speech.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Commander.
Like, pretty
Commander,
fucking simple.
Yeah, Commander, I saw a good meme some time ago. It's kind of the founding fathers around a table, and the caption is, okay, shall not be infringed. Nobody could misinterpret that now, could they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. You know what that means? And the Second Amendment, when you think about it, it means that the federal government is not even allowed to have a conversation about guns, about regulations. They're not even allowed to have a conversation. And if you want to do some really good reading, read the opinion that Antonin Scalia wrote on the Heller decision. Read that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jade, if you haven't read that, you'd be like, holy shit, because he went into the law library, right? And he went to Blackstone. He went to everything that was in the contemporary time of the day of the founders, what they meant. And like Commander just said, they wrote in Vulgate language, which was the common language that the common man on the street would understand back then. Okay. And what happens today is people go, yeah, well, those old guys back then. No, it's never changed. Like the Constitution is not, like, the Second Amendment is not about a material thing. It's not about a gun. You can't have a nuclear weapon. Fuck you, you moron. That's the only appropriate response anymore, because it's not about that. And Scalia makes this very well known, where he explained why. And this is what they misuse too. He says that it's not absolute, but what he meant by that was he got into what they meant by keep and bear back then. So to bear meant what you can personally carry. Can you personally carry a cannon? Yes, you can. If you have enough people, you can personally carry a cannon that could be used to defend your village or whatever, wherever the hell you live, right? But can you personally
and the
carry
well-armed militia?
Can you personally carry a nuclear missile? No, you cannot. So when he said,
no, but you can put one in a backpack.
Hold on, let me finish. So when he said, Scalia wrote, so when you say that you can't, there's certain things that you can't bear or keep. Where are you going to keep? Where's the average person going to keep a nuclear missile? In their garage? So he said that it's not absolute. So Joe Biden goes out there and says, well, the Second Amendment is not absolute, right? And if somebody questions, well, that's what Antonin Scalia said. Yeah, but you got to put the context in there, dumbass. He didn't say it's not absolute and walk away. He said it's not absolute in that anything that you can carry and keep.
Yeah, I don't think they've perfected suitcase nukes yet, but they're close.
Well, they do have suitcase bombs. Yeah, they do. They really
suitcase bombs, but a true suitcase.
No, they have
suitcase nuke. I don't think they've got there yet.
They haven't set one off yet. But
well, that's true. That's true. We don't know. But here's what I'm
Jade, I have a sticker on my toolbox that says, "We'll build thermonuclear weapons for food." Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm even kidding. I'll show you the.
Dude, can you turn your volume down a little bit, because you're really loud.
Who's that?
Oh, I'm always loud.
No, not you.
No, Commander. Okay.
Yeah, it's really loud, and it's causing.
Me?
Yeah,
you. Yeah, it's real.
Oh, okay.
You got a way to turn it down just a little? Because it's
Right.
loud, man.
I guess. I don't know if I can.
Oh, if you can, it's
here's
all right.
the thing. Why hasn't?
I'll try to be a little.
And I don't want to give anybody ideas.
Now he's hold on. Now he's talking like an NPR guy. So we're going to go to the Southwest today, and the weather in the Southwest, the flyover
I'll just put my mic up a bit.
is
There we go.
92 degrees, and the humidity is up. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jade.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, why?
I love you, Rich.
If
Love
something
you too,
like that exists, why hasn't somebody
Use better
loaded
mics.
one like floated one on a big cargo ship into New York Harbor. Okay.
Golf announcer.
These ships do not get inspected until they dock, as far as I know.
Right.
Unless, okay, let me hold that back.
Well, no, they might be
If
bored.
there is, they rely on intel, and if they're suspicious of a ship, they will send out boarding party to go and look at it. But if a ship just is coming in all the way into New York Harbor and setting off a nuke in the bowels of the ship, I keep wondering why.
Back to the China story. Go ahead.
Why hasn't that happened?
I don't know. No idea. Maybe they got to put more of those floating docks that Joe Biden gave to the terrorists, to the Hamas terrorists.
Uncle Bobbity, yeah, maybe I might be big.
Because they have to over there.
So, Rich, I still want to ask you about that guy Ruth's son.
Oh, Ralph, whatever his son.
Whatever his name is.
Let me see what we got here.
Yeah, I sent you the story.
Oh, you did? When?
I sent you the story on, I don't know,
Friday?
Tuesday.
Hang on.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'll go in. Hang on. Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe.
Hang on. I can tell you.
Cuomo, Monday troops. The one was on Cuomo apologizing. Yeah, that was yesterday.
Rich,
Wow, there it is. Got it. What's that?
I gotta say, dude, you're looking good.
Me?
No,
Oh,
yeah,
you.
no homo, but
You like me?
You're looking good.
See something you like here, mister?
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Like you look like you lost some weight. You're looking good.
Yeah, I did.
Close the curtain.
No,
Close
you're
the
looking
curtain.
good, dude.
I know. We should get a room, man.
Just wanted to put that out there. You know,
just close the curtain.
Retard. You know.
Why do some float and some sink to the bottom? Well, that's a medical question, so take that one.
So like a turd.
We got a doctor here, a medical doctor.
Is that
She
a
should be able to
turd?
answer. Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you really want
love
a do you really want a technical medical? I really doubt it. With percentage of
we're just being
equal
funny.
Fats and fat. I don't think you want that, honestly.
I don't think so either. You want me to read this?
Yeah. What do you think? What do you
All
think?
right.
It turns out.
Let me go ahead.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and read it. Turns out.
Okay.
The
The son of Trump's alleged would-be assassin is charged over child sex abuse images. Of course he is. As Ralph, whatever, faces mounting charges over the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump at his Florida golf course earlier this month, his adult son has been arrested in connection with a completely different set of alleged misdeeds. Orrin Ruth, 35, was charged in a North Carolina federal court on Monday with 1 count each of receipt and possession of images of child sexual abuse, court records show. It's one thing, I mean, it's bad enough when these sickos have like a pornographic thing, but I guess child sexual abuse is them in the act of sex, while the other is just naked pics of kids. I think they should all be hung by the same tree, but he was arrested the following day. An FBI special agent, are there none that are not special? An FBI special agent laid out the basis of the charges in a 4-page criminal complaint, only 4, in which he explains that the FBI searched Orrin Ruth's Greensboro, North Carolina residence on Saturday in connection with an investigation unrelated to child exploitation. Well, he had it out on the dining room table. It's not clear whether the investigation in question is related to Ruth's father, though ABC News and CNN, 2 losers, cite unnamed sources as saying so. A spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of North Carolina declined to elaborate beyond court filings. We have to find out if they know anybody in the Biden administration before we can talk about it. Once at the house, of which Ruth is the sole occupant, they recovered multiple electronic devices from his room and person and later obtained warrants to search them. Wow. On one phone, which had been stored inside a laptop bag, they found hundreds of files with child sexual abuse, including videos from a known child pornography series created outside the state of North Carolina. Holy crap. Video from the unnamed series depict minors engaged in sex acts. A second phone, I hope he gets buried under the prison because he never gets out. A second phone taken from Ruth himself revealed more. In the downloads folder, he has an actual downloads folder for child pornography. Investigators found a video showing a female adult engaging in sexual acts with a younger girl, approximately 6 to 8 years old. I had read that the average age of an American who sees pornography for the first time is 8 years old. Guys,
I can believe it. I can believe
guys, we need to do better as Americans.
You said these guys need to be hung from a tree. I just say they need to be hung by their.
Yeah. Well, why do women always do that?
Well,
you got to go for his testicles, man. Yeah.
So that they can't do it again.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to hang the guy, hang him. The complaint says that the phone also had chats from a messaging application that is commonly, WhatsApp, used by people who distribute child sex abuse imagery. Jesus. You're that bold. You're sending messages over the internet. You're that bold. It points to a July chat in which the phone's user, presumably Ruth, responded to an account that was advertising cloud storage links for sale by asking for a preview of the content. That individual responded with 2 graphic videos of adults engaging in sexual acts with minors. Wow.
Okay, we got to take a break here.
Yeah, I can't read anymore.
Anybody from YouTube that's watching this?
Yeah.
I speak for everybody around here. We are neither interested in, nor do we approve of, nor would we have anything to do with child.
Yeah, it's just
not happening.
They need to be buried under the prison, alive.
This is in no way. And I say that because you mentioned a site that apparently had something to do with sending this stuff out.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say the name, but no, we do not approve. We do not support. We are not
I always said
interested in.
That was the most popular. So
yeah, it was just a story.
It does say like anyone who would harm a child should be subject to
serious
having a millstone hung around their neck.
Yeah.
And thrown into the sea.
Into the river. Yeah.
But we don't have any millstones.
Let's quickly go to another one.
I like the reusable.
Okay,
things.
But here's the thing.
Seriously, I like the reusable things like wood chippers, and that's where they can go.
Jade, what were you going to say?
Yeah, hang on, Commander. The important part about this story, is how would this potentially, in Minecraft, of course.
Oh, of course, in Minecraft.
Oh, yeah.
I get it.
Being used against the senior Ruth to make him do something that he might not have otherwise been do.
What do you mean? Explain that.
Question.
I didn't follow.
They know the kid's into this and they're picking him up.
Right.
So they go to the father and say, well, guess what? Guess what can disappear if you do this for me?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, now they're going after him anyway.
First thing I thought of.
Or
hence wood chipper action.
Or the father and the son. Yeah, wood chipper, you're right. Or the father and the son do not get along that well, and the father sold him out as a plea bargain deal.
Or
it's
the father didn't get the job done, so now
children are fucking. There's no escape from that. Children
I know.
Are
it's just unbelievable.
Precious.
Hang on, Commander.
Hang on,
Even if you're not the father, you have to protect those kids. Like, it doesn't matter.
True.
If you're not the mother, you have to protect those kids.
That's true.
Hey, Commander, hang in there. Hang on for a sec. So maybe he didn't get the job done, and now they're going after the kid.
Oh, I always get the job done.
And
I'm not even kidding. I shouldn't be saying this on YouTube, but
the first thing I heard that story, and then you gotta love what the kid said. Well, of course, my dad hates Trump like any reasonable person.
Right. He says, I hate him too.
That doesn't matter.
So, like, he and his father are reasonable people.
Yeah. Reasonable people want to kill someone.
And reasonable people do what these two did. But the first thing I thought of when I saw that, I said, what does have to do with the father going to do what he did? How is this all connected? How is this all connected? Because maybe there's something in there that they got the father to do something that he wouldn't otherwise have done. Because don't forget, there's still a question of how he knew Trump was going to be where he was that day.
Right. There had to be a mole.
And
there had to be a mole.
Did he have inside information?
Yeah, there had to be a mole in the Secret Service. Had to be.
Maybe he went there and hid by the golf course every day for the previous 10 days. I don't know. But
well, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, Jade, you're not wrong.
We here at NPR, we like to wait until someone's done speaking before we jump in.
Hang on, Commander. So
just fucking with you, buddy.
I don't know if maybe he stayed behind that fence every day for 10 days before he managed to get to see Trump. But it certainly sounds that this guy was either incredibly lucky or had inside information that Trump was going to be there. So, yeah, I can't help but think that one has connection to the other.
God, Commander, what were you saying?
I don't know. What was I saying?
I don't know, brother. Are you drinking tonight? What's going on?
Yeah, but I'm actually quitting.
Oh, you're quitting drinking. Good for you. Good for you.
I'm gonna quit. By Sunday, I'm done drinking. So I've been cutting down.
Good. Yeah, I don't.
And then I'm done. And I'm done. I'm done forever. Like
I don't drink like I used to anyway. Yeah, there's almost 300,000 missing migrant children.
Like I used to either. So, no, I'm seriously, dude. I'm seriously quitting on by Sunday. I'm done drinking. Well, I'm probably drinking Sunday, but by end of the month, I'm done drinking.
Yep. Bobby, I think Kamala is more reasonable than
anything. Shit face, between here and there.
Yeah.
But no, I decided that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I have to do.
Let me do another one.
It's too expensive to drink, and I need to figure some shit out too. So
let me see.
You want to do the truth,
and it's all good. It's all good. I've been cutting down, sort of.
Here we go. I'm going to play another one. Ready? RFK Jr. drops a 1-minute truth bomb on Billionaire Boys Club at the World Economic Forum. WEF. Go.
Let this soft mineral melt in your mouth to rebuild your gums and teeth and never need a dentist again. Did you know there is...
Where do you stand on the WEF, the World Economic Forum?
It is like, we shouldn't be paying any attention. It's a billionaires boys club as arranging the world to shift wealth upward and to clamp down totalitarian controls on everybody else. And now they got the capacity to do it. They got all these countries running around doing what they tell them to do. It's astonishing to me that, these people go to Davos in their private jets.
Yes.
And they're able to tell these world leaders, how to govern us
own country
in ways that eradicate our constitutional and civil rights and constantly shifting wealth. I mean, COVID, we shifted $4 trillion of wealth upward. We closed all the little guys.
Yeah.
And
Home Depot was open,
and Google, and they're all colluding with each other to censor the people who are like me who are complaining about it.
Yep. That's exactly what he's exactly right. He's exactly right. Brave New World. Yeah. I was talking about that, I think, before you came in. Huxley. Yeah. Brave New World. That's what they want. That's what the Great Reset is, which was Agenda 21. That's exactly what it is. They want the rich.
It's just like George Orwell's 1984.
Yeah, but with this, with the Brave New World, it's like they want the WEF, the way they wrote it out. They want
Fahrenheit 451.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Hello.
Yes,
I
I
can hear
do.
you.
I'm asking, can you hear me when I'm trying
Yes,
to?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right, good.
Wasn't sure who you were asking.
No, I was asking Commander because I was trying to get to
That's-
something, and
that's
I thought he
what-
couldn't hear me because he kept talking, so I thought he couldn't
Yeah.
hear me. Yeah, that's all right. Let me do another one. Hang on. Let me see what the hell we have here. Spiciest 1 minute entire. I can't play that one, but I wanted to. Spiciest 1 minute take on the entire COVID sham. It was all about hysterical female energy. And it's a woman that does it.
Sounds about right.
I can't play it here.
It was
though.
all about money.
Yeah, I can't.
COVID was all about money.
Oh, it was that,
yes,
and it was the
it was. It was
precursor.
all about.
No, it wasn't all about money. It was also
Yes.
getting humans under the condition of you will obey.
Yes. No,
because think about it. Think
you're
about
both
this.
right.
Think about this. I know it was about look. It was about the pharmaceutical companies getting shitloads of money because they then give shitloads of money to the Democrat politicians and some rhinos. But beyond that, the Democrats were using the pharmaceutical industry in order to lock people down, to get people think about it. When you wore that mask, right? People weren't looking at that mask and saying, "Oh, wow, he's responsible. He's trying to, she's trying to protect herself and other people." No, that was a symbol of you are obeying the government. You are obeying. I'm keeping 6 feet distance. You are obeying what they told you to do, and it was all a flipping lie.
I think that there's some of that in there. It's the whole reason why we take 18-year-olds into the Army and put them through boot camp, because an 18-year-old can be manipulated and the brain is still forming. And the point I'm trying to make is that when you get 18-year-olds to shine their shoes, people say, "Oh, well, what does that have to do with being a soldier?" They shine their shoes. They keep shining their shoes. Why? Because they're told to. That way, they get into battle, they get an order, they do it. So there is some of that.
Well, it's before. It starts before that. There's a reason why I'm interrupting. It starts before that. They shave their heads. Why? Because nobody's special. You're all the same. You're all wearing a fucking mask. You're all the same. Nobody's special. You're wearing a mask. Then people started getting the different colored masks. I had one that said, "This is dumb." It was great. But
my favorite mask was somebody took like a DVD disc, a CD drive disc, and with Norton antivirus.
Right.
And they mounted the center hole on their nose, and put an elastic around. But no, it's all about the money, because if you think, yes, billions of dollars went to Pfizer and the like.
Right.
Now, that's number one. Number two, they get authorization from the federal government for emergency development and deployment of the vaccine.
What the hell are you doing? Are you cocking a gun like 100 times?
Racking my fucking shotgun.
Oh, all right. I was
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
So
it's loud.
so
That's
now
why.
They gave
sorry.
Them,
that mask. That's an IT thing, guys.
They give them all this money. They give them authorization to develop and release this vaccine before it's really tried. Then they legally mandate that you must have the vaccine, so you've got to get it. Right. Then they pass another law that says, "Oh, by the way, and if you have bad side effects from the vaccine, you can't sue those guys."
Right, it's under emergency use authorization.
Yeah, and so the first vaccines came out. You know how they were tested. You know how thoroughly they were tested. 8 mice. 8.
Yes.
That many's.
Well, there was a story that NPR put out, and it was a guy by the name of Harrison. Now they had a biology, biochemical, whatever reporter who wrote a story, and I did a story based on his story, and I just did a little extra digging, and he pointed out that this may blow your mind if you haven't heard this yet, guys, but on the clinical trial for efficacy and what was it? Efficacy, and it was 2 things. It was how well it worked, and what was the other thing? Safety. I'm sorry, efficacy and safety. Okay. Well, halfway through the trial, they had, I think, 650 people in the control group, right? So halfway through the trial, the FDA gives EUA to Pfizer and what was the other one? The one that began with an M.
Yeah, Moderna.
Moderna, thank you. And it gave them EUA. And so the doctor, the medical doctor who was running that clinical trial, he went and called everybody in the control
they broke
group
protocol
and said you didn't get the vaccine, and all but 2 ran out and got vaxxed. Yeah, so what this guy pointed out was they intentionally lost the control group, and so they gave EUA out before the clinical trial for efficacy and safety was completed, and then we never got it completed.
Have you listened to Robert Malone?
Yeah, oh, of course.
Yeah, I knew you did.
I was on the phone.
I think we've talked about him before. Yeah, I mean, he was there. He was
in the bubble.
I don't know where that comes from. I'm not even near.
You know what? It happened the last time when you picked up your phone and did something and put it down. I'm thinking maybe your phone, whatever you did, maybe that was transferring it. I don't know. All right.
I don't think so. Yeah. But yeah, Malone, he said they were working on it for more than a decade. And when Pfizer came out, he said, oh, well, that's great. We've had this major problem that we haven't been able to overcome. I guess, Pfizer must have found a way around it. And you know what the trick to that was?
Oh, yeah, they killed the immunoreceptor.
They hadn't.
They killed the immunoreceptors. What they did.
No, but I don't know the specific detail of the biggest problem he faced.
I do. The problem was when they were putting the mRNA inside the human body, your immune system was killing it. And so they tried to figure out how to get it in there. Well, he left the project at that point. He was the guy that was, he created the prototype for mRNA. So he found out years later, and he was harmed by the vax too. He has long COVID from it. But he found out years later that you would know better than me. We talked about this before. I think there's 12 immunoreceptors, and in each one there's thousands of things that it does immune for. Well, they isolated which immunoreceptor was the one that kills the mRNA, and they put something in the medicine that kills that immunoreceptor, which is why now people that got vaxxed, they are susceptible to certain cancers and all kinds of diseases because they don't have the immune system for that receptor to conquer those things.
Yeah,
I would sue the shit out of them anyway.
I'd forgotten some of the details, but yeah, they had this problem where the vaccine was not ready for human use. And he was saying, oh, good, Pfizer obviously overcame the problem. He didn't know what they had done to overcome the problem. But the thing is, they didn't overcome the problem. So that's the thing. They still had the problem. Now, they may have found that workaround. Again, I haven't really gone into the depths of his research.
But think about that. Think about that, Jade. Do no harm. So I mean, I still think that means something, right? So do no harm. First, do no harm. And they killed an immunoreceptor in the human body with medicine, poison, so that they could get the mRNA in there so that they can make trillions of dollars.
And the thing is, we just don't know. That's the big thing. We don't know.
That's just fucking crazy to me.
We don't know.
We do know.
We don't know. We
do know.
We think that there's a possibility that this could be really bad, but that's the problem, is we just don't know.
They've already admitted it.
Admitted what? What did they admit?
Nobody's admitted shit.
Admitted that there's the Pfizer thing, it's been admitted. So
I don't know what they admitted, because I don't think they admitted anything.
Pfizer
never admitted anything.
They've never come clean. We just don't know. We don't know. We don't know about the effects of COVID, because that's been really confused. We don't know about the side effects.
Right?
What's that?
You mean the common cold, right? Like, yeah, I know.
We don't know. We don't know about the full effects of COVID. We don't know about the full effects of the vaccine, the effects and the side effects, because they completely confused that whole system.
Yep.
They made the VAERS systems so that it was very difficult to report side effects. So most of them
and then
are not.
and then they said oh, don't question the science. You know, if you question the science, you're a bad person. You know.
I remember Brian.
And
remember Brian Stelter.
Science is all about questioning everything that you thought you knew.
Right. What about Brian Stelter?
I remember Brian Stelter. I'm watching. I don't watch CNN, but I remember I somehow saw this clip, and he was there. He said the most dangerous 4 words in the English language was "do your own research." And he was saying, no, you
do your own research.
Do that.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. My voice is twice as low as he is. But
you got to do Mark Dice's version of Brian Stelter.
What did he say? So he said that
the most dangerous, because somebody, and this is annoying me now. I can't forget. Somebody had come out and said, do your own research. Look into it. And he said, "Oh no, the most dangerous 4 words in the English language."
Probably Glenn Beck.
Do your own. It was somebody like that.
Yeah, Glenn Beck always says, "Look, don't believe me. Do your own research."
You said it was Brian Stelter. You said it was Brian Stelter, and that sounds appropriate. Like,
yeah. In fact, I think you're right. I think it was Glenn Beck, and Brian Stelter said, "That's most dangerous 4 words in the English."
The most dangerous 4 words in the English.
You have to listen to the experts, and I believe he even said, we will tell you.
You're right.
And it was like,
I like that guy.
Oh my God. So,
it's like Ronald Reagan said, the most 9 dangerous words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
And CNN hired that son of a bitch back.
What? Who?
Ronald Reagan?
Brian Stelter.
When did they hire Brian
Apparently
Stelter?
They hired him back.
When?
Oh, I don't know. In the last month.
Had to be recent, because I haven't seen him on there. Why the hell would they hire him back? You know what happened? I used to say to him on Twitter before it was X, he used to post things, and I used to respond to him saying, "You, like, every single day I would find something he tweeted, and I would say, you lied to your audience for 2 years or for 3 years about Russian collusion." I would say that, right? And he always let it bounce off him. And then one day he sent out this tweet that said, "Join us this weekend for Reliable Sources," which was his TV show. And he had all the fake news people in a round table, and he goes on Reliable Source and all. And I replied to it saying, the most unreliable source of news on cable news is Reliable Sources, and Instablock. He blocked me instantly.
Yeah.
And he still has me blocked.
But yeah, I had heard that he got hired back. I mean, I can't, prove it, but I had heard that he got hired back at CNN. I mean, with their ratings in the toilet where they are.
I think Mark Dice does the best impersonation of him too. Like,
you're right. You're right. Jade, you're right. It says here, Brian Stelter back at CNN 2 years after he was fired.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
How about that? I did not hear that.
Isn't that special?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to make Mark Dice really happy. He's got all new material he can come up with.
I know, right?
There you go. There you go.
I love Mark Dice. He's great.
Yeah. He's a little rigid and fixed in his ideas.
Yes, he is. Mark Dice, like he'll come out against solid conservatives because they went 12 doses of ivermectin from my ex. Got a 19. What? Got the 19 a second time. Was gone in 2 days. Yeah. Well, I had. Who gave you the ivermectin? Was it Roz? Yeah, because I had we had bought tons of that stuff. And when I caught COVID after the second dose, all my symptoms were gone. All. But it was unbelievable. We still have a lot of it, but okay.
Yeah, but Mark Dice, I find him I mean, I basically like him, but I find him just a little too rigid. You got to give people.
He used to be much funnier.
You got to give people some personal flexibility.
When I watched him, years ago, and I watched his videos, and I like went down the rabbit hole and watched them all because he was funny as hell. I mean, he was really funny. Then he got serious. He writes books too. I've got like 4 of them. I've read 4 of his books. He writes really good books. They're nothing like his videos. They're like serious. But he's been getting really serious lately. And I don't know why, because it's not a good look for him.
Yeah, he's serious and angry.
No,
he is angry. Like he went after Steven Crowder big time. And he went after Ben Shapiro, which I can understand, but he went after Crowder. Now, the thing he went after Crowder for, I went after Crowder for too.
Crowder's a fucking fake.
I didn't like what Crowder did.
What did he do?
Okay, well, Crowder was supposed to sign. He had the Mug Club, right?
Yeah.
And Mug Club was you pay, a yearly thing, and you get a Steven Crowder mug, but you're in the Mug Club and you get to watch preeminent videos before they come out on social media, and you get to watch a lot of other stuff that nobody else can see. Okay. It's actually a pretty good deal if you like Steven Crowder, who I do. I like his show a lot. Okay. I think he's funny. All right. And he's a very good conservative, but what he did, I thought was bullshit. And my brother Jimmy and I had a real tiff over this because he didn't agree with me on it. And so what he did was he was asked, like Candace Owens was asked by Ben Shapiro's group. He was asked to go in with them. So he took them up on it, and he read the contract, and the contract basically said, okay, so we take the money that you earn from like YouTube and X and all that. All right. See, there it is again. You didn't touch anybody. You didn't touch anything. So he said they said, and then we pay you this exorbitant fee, this exorbitant salary, right? And they said, but however, one clause said, however, if you get demonetized, okay, for whatever reason, we take that out of your salary. And so he didn't agree with that. And they said, this is a standard contract because why should they be paying you? Why should they pay you if you're not
bringing in the money?
Your side of the argument, right? Of the equation, right? And so my brother was like, "Well, no, it's not his fault. Well, they're talking about they want to be free from all the networks. Well, if you're making your money, if you're working for them and you're making your money by doing videos on YouTube and on their thing and everything, and you get demonetized and your money goes down." That's not their fault. That's you, the creator's fault. Now, technically on this platform, we love you guys, but they're very unfair to conservatives. Okay. You get strikes for doing, you don't even know why, because they don't tell you. All right. But so it turns out that the argument, it turns out that in the end, he made a big thing out of it, which he should have just said to the guy he was dealing with, who I think he was friends with too. It wasn't Ben. It was the guy that the other co-founder.
Oh, the shaver guy.
Yeah, I think so. Well, he should have just said, "No, I'm going to pass, but thanks for the offer." No, he made a big thing out of it publicly because he wanted to rebuild Mug Club. Because Mug Club was out because he was in this thing, and he wanted to because he went on to the Blaze. Okay, his show was on the Blaze for a while, and then he thought, well, I guess I'll go over to the Ben Shapiro thing. And then he got out of the Ben Shapiro thing by saying, no, you guys were trying to rob me. Well, no, they weren't. It was a standard. And then because Ben Shapiro's a Jew, all the fucking anti-Semite, oh, he's a Jew. He's trying. No, it had nothing to do with that. It was a business deal. In fact, Ben Shapiro hasn't been running that company for like 5 years now. Okay. So it wasn't him. It was the other guy that was doing it.
Yeah. The thing is, you either like the contract or you don't. And
you try to negotiate it.
If I've got a company,
you tried to negotiate with the client because Ben Shapiro came on and said, look, we were willing to negotiate with him, but then he wanted things that were just outlandish. The amount of money that he wanted was outlandish. And they believed that he did that to make it a poison pill so that he could walk away. And then he would say, I stand for you, because he did this whole diatribe where he did a video where he said, look, if you're a guy that wants to go on, that wants to be under contract and you want to make money and you want to make it based on your hard work, then you join us. And he goes, here's the email address. You write to me and we'll work with you because we're doing Mug Club again and we want to bring guys in. So in other words, he wanted to do a Blaze or a daily, whatever it is, Signal or what is or Wired, a Daily Wire. He wanted to do that kind of a network. Okay. And he wanted to call it Mug Club Network. Right. And he wanted to have all these different people. But it was all bullshit. He just wanted to sell Mug Club subscriptions because that's how they made their money.
Well, yeah, he came on. I remember when he came on, and he did a whole show where he was just reading the contract.
We're getting silly.
Clause by clause. Yeah. And he was saying how bad he thought the contract was. And, you're right. I mean, whether or not you would say the contract was predatory, it's what was offered, and it's your choice to take it or not.
I didn't think it was predatory. I think that they had to protect.
No, well, like I say,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Whether or not, but it's your choice.
Right, exactly. You either, but you know what? He went out of his way to insult them and make them look like the bad guys, and a lot of people, including, I believe, my brother, fell for it. Right. And well, my brother kept saying, well, they talk about how they're not going to be controlled by social media. Well, they're not controlled by social media. They have their own thing. Yeah, but then, they have that in the clause. Well, it doesn't matter where they get their money from. If the money drops, then it's taken out of their pay. That's the clause. You have to produce. So in other words, they said you have to do X amount of shows per year. Okay. So they broke it down. You have to do this many shows per week, this many per month. You could, and like they made it up. Like if you're sick or you have an emergency and you can't do 3 shows a week, we don't care. You'll just make it up some other time. It doesn't matter. We're flexible that way. Right. We're not going to take anything from you. However, if you get yourself demonetized, which is beyond your control as a creator, okay, getting demonetized, it's beyond your control, right? They demonetized Dr. Steve Turley, for goodness sake, right? And he's never done anything that's been false or misinformation, he's never. But they demonetized him.
Or even offensive.
Even offensive, right. Unless they consider him laughing at liberals, the libnuts, offensive, then, I guess I'm a mass killer. But it turns out that I think that the contract was good. If he didn't want to do it, he should have just walked away and said, hey, guys, and Shapiro actually, and I hate having to defend Shapiro because I don't like him. I think he's very bright. I think he's smart. I do like watching his videos sometimes on certain subjects, but he made his bones by being a never Trumper. He did. And then he came out about the vax saying, if you don't get vax, you're an idiot because it works. And it's like, you either hate Trump or you don't. Like, why are you supporting him? Because he did
Shapiro's a grifter. Always has been.
Here's something else to think about, though.
What's that?
After that happened, I can't remember how long after, Candace Owens signed up with them.
Right.
And something happened.
Yeah, I know what happened.
Well, I don't know what happened.
What happened was October 7th happened, and Ben did some videos about Jews and about Hamas and all that, and they were extremely good videos. I'm telling you. Yeah, I watched every single one of them. They were extremely informative, very honest, and everybody was talking about the October 7th thing because half the people hate Jews, the other half feel sorry for the Israelis, right? And so she was asked questions. And then she asked a couple questions that Ben didn't like. And I can't remember what the question was. It was something innocuous, too. It wasn't like she wasn't ripping on Jews. She doesn't do that, right? She wasn't anti-Semitic, but she said something, and I'll find out what it is and let everybody know. But if you know what it is, guys, chime in. But Ben didn't like it. And so somebody asked him on camera, what do you think about Candace? And he said, well, I think it was very irresponsible and very childish, something like that. And she never responded. She kept quiet, right? and because he said that, it was very abrupt, right? He said that, and so then every place he went, any interview he did, they said, "Oh, so what about Candace?" You know, because he said something abrupt and she didn't. Now she didn't speak until she went on Tucker Carlson's new show, right? And he asked her, "So, you know, what happened?" She goes, "Well," she goes, "I haven't spoken to them since." She goes, "We haven't talked at all." She goes, "If you notice, I didn't respond to anything Ben said." She goes, "Because I didn't think I said anything that was that controversial." You know, and I just didn't like the way he handled her. And so they finally fired her because Ben had a bug up his ass.
That's what got me thinking that he is a bit predatory.
He is when it's about Jews.
Well,
he's
no,
as
I think
predatory as anti-Semites are, but he's in the opposite direction. Which you know, you want to know something? If he wants to be that way, that's fine. I don't watch his show. I used to, and then I just finally took him off my list. I was like, I'm not going to watch him anymore.
I used to watch some of his stuff, but
I like a lot of his videos. I'll admit it. He's good.
Very Dave Fix and a little bit predatory as far as I'm concerned. And I didn't think too much about it. I didn't think too much about it with Crowder, because that ended up being a bit of a pissing contest, I think.
Yeah, there was no anti-Jew thing.
Candace, it was like he or people that he has influence over just cut her right off at the knees.
He did.
So,
and see, this was at the time where there was a lot of murkiness about Gaza. You know, like a lot of people didn't know that Israel. A lot of people thought that, like, they kept saying on the other side, they kept saying, well, they're occupying. Well, they've been out of there since 2005. For Gaza, okay.
Earlier than that.
The only country in the world that has a legal right to Gaza is Israel. That's a fact. The Ottoman Empire gave all that land, gave it all when they were collapsing. They gave it all to the legal.
What about Israel, sir?
They gave it all.
What about Israel? When was that given to them? It was 1948.
No, it was.
Yes,
that.
It was.
No, it was before that.
1948.
No, 48 was the armistice agreement.
The formation of the state.
That was the armistice agreement, right? But what happened was the Ottoman. Classic manner, quiet. The Ottoman Empire gave it to the League of Nations and said, "You do what you want with this." And the League of Nations gave it to the Brits and said, the whole mandate was going to be a mandate for Israel. That's what it was. Yeah. And so they had to draw the lines. And what they did is everything to the right of the river was going to Jordan. It was going to the Muslims. And everything to the left, from the river to the sea, okay? Everything was for the Jews. Everything.
Yeah, British Palestine became
Yes.
Israel.
Yes. And yeah, right, exactly. And the whole Sykes-Picot, all that bullshit, right? And so they legally had Gaza was a part of their legal land. Okay.
And how many wars have they fought over it and won?
Oh, well, there you go. The fact of the matter is, I have a book I'm reading. It's a history book on on Palestine. Okay, it was called The Mandate for Palestine, and it was for the Jews. Okay, and the fact of the matter is that this book goes back in history and has all these historical people who visited the land and talked about how barren it was. There were no Muslims or anything there, but every now and then in every piece of country they went to, they would find Jews. They would find villages of Jews. Now, there weren't shit tons of people, but the Jews were always there. They always held the land, always. Okay. Now, they gave a lot of that land away for peace. See, the problem was the 1948 armistice agreement. The Arab nations never, ever liked it. They didn't agree with it. They didn't accept it. They signed it because they wanted the Brits to get the hell out of there, because their idea was they were going to slaughter every man, woman, and child Jew in Israel. Okay. And that's what they did. And they went around, their leaders went around and told all the Arabs, leave your home, go out of the country. We're going to genocide their asses, and then you can come back. Well, it didn't work out so well for them because they lost. And when they tried to come back to their homes, they're like, no, you don't live here anymore. What do you mean it's our home? No, you conspired and colluded with guys that tried to eradicate us. Therefore, we don't trust you anymore. And that's why the bulldozing of homes down, because the people say, well, we're going to go in the middle of the night. Well, no, you won't. We're going to bulldoze down your fucking homes because we don't trust you anymore. I mean, would you trust someone if your neighbor was in a plot to have you and your entire family, including your children, murdered? No. Okay. And see, over there for Israel, surrounded by the enemy, I mean, it's not like over here where liberals can, float a candle down a river singing Kumbaya, wearing sandals and eating grass. And that stops war, right? No. Over there, you have to literally fight every day because you got people trying to fucking kill you every single day. For what? Just being all Jewish, right? And they never fucking attacked anyone, right? And in fact, today, they would still have peace, except with Hamas, because Hamas has proven time and time again they don't want peace. They don't want a Palestinian two-state solution either. Hey, happy girl, what's up? They just want their land. They want everything to be their land and no Jews left on earth.
They're dedicated to the destruction of Israel.
Yeah, it's still in the charter of the PLO and a couple others. I think in Hamas too. It's still in the charter. It wiped them out, right? So legally they gave the land up to in Gaza. They gave it up to the Muslims. Okay, the Muslims, like 5 years later, had an election and they elected a terrorist group. Right? They elected a fucking terrorist group to represent them. Now they're a legitimate government, but they're terrorists. So these terrorists who love the people didn't provide water or electricity for them. It was the Jews that gave them free water and free electricity all those years. They bugged out. They got out in 2005. Haven't been there since. The liars, the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas assholes try to make it look like, well, they were standing on the wall with the rifles and picking people off. Bullshit. They weren't there. They were not there. Okay. And so, but they provided water and electricity. And they go, well, I'd shut the electricity off. Yeah, if your government keeps firing rockets in our fucking neighborhoods unprovoked, the only way we're going to get you to stop firing them is to shut your electric off. Let your people get pissed at you. Why don't you create your own electric? We talked about this, I think, last week or the week before. You had European companies that donated water pipes and had them put in for them so they could have their own water. They can make money selling water to their people like a civilized country. Well, what did they do? They dug them up and used them for rocket launchers. What the fuck? They didn't just deliver the pipes and go, hey, see you. They fucking put them they had them put in the ground. They were creating a system for them. They went, no. We need these. And they pulled them out of the ground and used them to put the rockets in and fire them off. They did that. I played video of them. They made literally movies like propaganda, like 30-second clips at a time of them doing it, launching shit out of them, right? So that in the water. And then they go, well, they have a blockade. There's an answer to all of this. They don't want to listen to the answer on the other side. They had ships. The Israelis by ship would bring into Gaza every week. I think it was like 50 tons of food, medicine, clothing, whatever. Right? For free, like 50 tons, or maybe it was more, probably more, but 50 tons every single week, never charged them for it, just did it because their own government wouldn't. Their own government got, and they were not poor. They got money from Qatar. They got money from pretty much Iran, all those other countries. They got billions of dollars, and they spent it all on trying to kill all the Jews, right? And the Jews, like I said, all they were doing was just living in their land peacefully, being all Jewish. That was their crime, right? So see, the Jews, it's like you throw a rock at them and they shoot you. All right, well, that's not fair. Don't throw fucking rocks at them. You won't get shot, dumbass, right? So the fact of the matter is that you had these people that all they cared about was not their own people. They cared about killing as many Jews as they could. Digging tunnels, firing rockets, and then they had the people in Gaza where the IDF would call their house and say, this is the IDF. You have 8 minutes to evacuate because we're taking out your house. And they're like, why? Because you allowed fucking rockets to be fired. Well, it's not their fault. Yeah, well, they can't let whether Hamas has a gun to your head and says, we're going to use your backyard to fire rockets or not. It doesn't matter. They got to take the rocket launcher out. Right? But what other military does that? Makes a phone call. You've got 8 minutes. And then you're gonna go bye-bye. So get out of the house, get your kids out. What other country? No other country does that, right? And so when I hear all this bullshit, yeah, but they're on the music. I don't fucking care. I talk about Israel when I talk about Jewish people. Okay, they're the little America, as far as I'm concerned. They're the democracy over there. You know, you have Arab Muslims who live inside Israel as citizens who love it. They love life there because they get to do what they want to do, right? They don't have to live by the stupid fucking rules of the other countries that live around them, right? They get to do what they want to do. Yeah, did you see that? Yeah, 7,000 pounds of food. Yeah, well, yeah. There were videos that I wanted to play last week, but somebody talked me out of it. Of Hamas raiders that were they were going up to the trucks with AK-47s, telling the drivers, get the hell out of the cab, right? Because we're taking all your food. And they were taking food. So the people got nothing because Hamas took all the goddamn food. And yet, 3 years ago, they did a survey and it was like 78% of the people still support Hamas. So you know what? Don't be like think about this. October 7th killed 1,200 people. So Israel couldn't wait to start killing terrorists. So the people around the world, the Jew haters, well, you can't hurt the people. So they held on, 3 weeks? They didn't go to war for 3 weeks to tell the people, look, you can get out. We don't want to harm you. We'll do the best we can, but you should leave. Hamas blocks the exit. Says, no, you're not going to do that because we're going to use you as a human shield. They were using them as human shields, right?
They do that.
What the F were they supposed to do? Then people say, well, they're going too far now. How? You have to eradicate evil. They were like, you know what it was? Hamas would fire these rockets at them. For 4 years, they would fire them every week. Rockets into Israeli neighborhoods. Israel did nothing. They finally fought back and beat the living shit out of everybody. And you always had an American president, no matter what party, when this happened, when Israel would finally fight back. They had the air superiority. They would go in, they'd fucking level them. And an American president would call up whoever the prime minister was, probably Bibi, because he's been there most, and say, you know what, you should really tone it down now. You made your point. You knocked them back. It was the one time where they came out of a tunnel that Israel didn't know about, and they grabbed this young man who was a soldier, an Israeli soldier, and they dragged him. They tortured the shit out of him and killed him, all right, in the tunnel, and then dropped his body off in like an Israeli neighborhood, right? And that was the final straw. They said, look, if they can come into our country, like, we could put up with this. Is before the Iron Dome too. They said, they can fire rockets into our neighborhoods and we'll fight back and all that. But this is the final straw. If they can come into our country, because they use the money to build the tunnels. And people think, well, why do you need money to build it? It's just dig a hole. No, you gotta have an infrastructure. I mean, you should see these tunnels. You gotta have an infrastructure down there so it doesn't fucking collapse on you. It costs a lot of money for the materials and all that, right? And you got to hire people to dig the tunnels. They're not doing it for nothing, right? And so the fact of the matter is, Israel has, throughout all these years, they've done everything they can for peace. In fact, they gave land back to Jordan, which at the time when they took it after the 67 war, the 6-day war, they took it and they could have taken all their land, but like all the countries that were involved, but all they did was took parts of land that they could use, right, for self-defense. They gave land. It was Transjordan when they took it, but it was Jordan when they gave land back to Jordan for peace and said, look, we're going to give you this land that has oil on it if you stop attacking us. And they said, okay. And they were at peace. Egypt, they had a different thing. That's why Mubarak was put in there. He was a dictator, but it was to keep the people from attacking Israel, because they told them, the Israelis told them, the Mossad sent a message, said, you attack us again unprovoked, we're going to blow up both your dams. It would have destroyed Egypt. and they knew they would do it too, right? So that's why Mubarak was such a prick with his people. So, control freak, because they had a lot of guys that wanted to blow up shit, in Israel. And he was like, come on, guys, you're fucking killing me here. They're going to blow up the dams, right? So, I mean, it was a lot more complicated than that, but that was the easiest way to explain it, right? So the way I see it, you have all these bullshit stories, and you know what? If some of them are true, about, well, the soldiers go in and just indiscriminately shoot people. I don't think so. When you're a soldier and you're standing guard and you have little kids that come up and they have a hand grenade and they blow themselves up just to kill you, what are you going to do? You're going to allow little kids to approach you anymore if you hear about that? If one of your buddies got blown up? No, you're not. Right? But then you hear all the stories. You know why? Because they learned that propaganda works on the lefties, on the libnuts around the world.
That's why they use the human shields.
Yes. Propaganda works. Right?
Yep. It's like in Vietnam.
Yep.
You'd go into a village. Vietnam was an example of like fourth generation warfare. You didn't know who was the enemy.
Yep.
So a woman would come up, and you see a woman come and show her baby to your buddy, and the grenade in its diaper blows up. That's the kind of and the next time a woman comes up with a baby, what are you going to do?
Yeah, you're going to hold your rifle out and say, "Don't approach me."
You're not going to let her get
It's that
close.
simple. And they go, well, they're soldiers. That's what they're there to die. No, fuck you. They're not there to die. They're there to survive and to defend their people and their land. That's what all soldiers do.
I like the Marines' view on it. The Marines say that the Muslim extremist, their job is to die killing Americans.
Right.
To go to Allah, and the U.S. Marines' job is to help them do that.
To help them go to Allah. Yeah.
Help them die.
Yeah. Well, there was another thing that was interesting. They said that the Marines, they call their rifle a weapon of peace, because when all the enemy is dead, we now have peace. What do the Muslims call Islam? A religion of peace, and they mean the same damn thing. When the enemy, the infidels, are all dead, we shall have peace. And ask any of them who are honest, and they'll tell you, yeah, that's what it means. All right, a religion of peace. You and I, Westerners, we think, oh, well, that means they want to bring peace. No, they don't. They don't. Strict adherence.
You ever see that movie Mars Attacks?
No.
Mars Attacks, and the Martian. It's like a comedy. The Martians are walking around zapping people, and we come in peace.
You keep saying that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yes. The what is it? The
Antonio Montoya. Yeah.
The Princess
Bride. Princess Bride.
Princess Bride or
Princess Bride.
Princess.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It was Antonio Montoya. Is that his name? Antonio Montoya.
No, it wasn't him.
What was it? Yeah, he's the one that said it. He said, you keep saying that word. You keep using it when he said inconceivable. And he goes, you keep saying that word.
I do not think it means
what you think it means. What's that?
But you keep using that word. But I'm not sure it means what you think it means.
I do not think it means what you think it means.
Yeah.
I do not think it means. Greatest movie ever. Love that movie.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
And then what was the other? Let me summarize. No, that would take too long.
Yeah.
All right, listen.
That was great.
I
have cane powder. I stake my life on it. Like I laughed my ass off. Nobody else got it.
Okay, first of all, Babadi, what the hell are you doing eating at Panda Express? That's what I want to know.
Panda Express. What is he doing? Hey, what's up, Damien? Good to see you, man.
Babadi, what the heck were you doing?
Inigo Montoya. That's it. Inigo Montoya. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for that. I'm terrible with names.
Babadi, right? You got to find a better Asian place.
Inigo Montoya Toyota.
Than that. Toyota. Times are tough. Yeah, times are tough.
Yeah.
You got to find a better place than Panda Express. They have the all you can keep down special.
All you can keep down.
All you can keep down special.
That's funny.
Yeah. All I can tell you is that this too shall pass.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And you know what? It all comes out in the end. Don't worry about it.
That's a little doctor humor there.
Little doctor humor. Hey, you know how
entropy, the system of entropy. It goes in one way and comes out totally changed on the other side.
Constipated mathematician.
Yeah.
He worked the answer out with he worked it out with a pencil.
Yeah, that's like the well, I'm constipated. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
All right. Should we do another story?
Listen, I've been here 3 hours and 15 minutes now.
I know. It's because you took the ibuprofen.
Yeah, I took the ibuprofen.
Wait, whoa. Did Commander just fart? It sounded like he farted. Commander, you awake? I think he was drinking.
I think he's been drinking a lot.
Yeah, I think he's been drinking. Well, he said he's giving it up, but that's all right.
Well,
I don't want to talk out of turn because he's probably listening going, God, say something, motherfucker. Go ahead. That's probably what he's doing. Say something. You think I'm asleep, motherfucker.
Maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah.
You know, I
cough. I heard.
I don't know if you want to. I mean, how much longer you want to do this? If you want to do one more story real quick, I'm running out. I'm running out of steam.
All right. Yeah, I'll do another story. Hang on. Let's see what we got.
I'm running out of steam.
There
if you want to do one real quick,
yeah, I'll do one. Hang on.
I'll
Government
stick with you.
Confirms.
I don't know how long you plan to go.
Quick one. Yeah, this will be a quick one. This is on the the pipe bomber, right?
Pipe bomber.
From the DNC building, January 6th, the pipe bomber.
Oh yeah. That.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They found the pipe bomb.
Well, there was no reason why they shouldn't know who the pipe bomber was, and they do know who the pipe bomber was, but it was one of them.
It was they conveniently found at a convenient time.
Right, and exactly, and the more video that gets released, the more we know that they were all in on it. And Kamala, still to this day, she was in the DNC building. She left the Capitol that day at 11:30. She was the president or vice president elect, but she was also a senator and had a role in the certification process. But she left at 11:30 because she had to go down to DNC, because if a riot or something bad didn't happen that would make Trump look bad, after they stole the election, that's what their thinking was. They wanted to be able to say, oh, they tried to these MAGA extremists. They tried to kill the vice president elect, right? So she still will not admit that she was at the DNC building, even though people know she was there. She was there. Secret Service took her there. Right.
Yeah, I mean,
well, the latest video that came out, we had video up to the point where it showed this guy in like dark trench coat and a hat was walking past the area where it was, and he went up to the one black SUV and he got in, and it was next to a police car. Well, we found the beginning of that video now. That was the black SUV that pulled up to that area. The guy got out and with the bomb, with the bag, and he got out, and then the van or the SUV backed up into the spot on the side. So that's the guy that dropped the bomb, is what they're thinking. It was an inert bomb anyway. It wasn't real. All right. But they could tell you who the pipe bomber was. It's so simple for them to do it. But let's just go.
Right. Yeah, Kamala was out of there just like AOC was. You know, she was so threatened. She was in another building.
Oh, yeah, I know. Here you go. Breaking. Government source confirms FBI dirty tricks with key January 6th pipe bomb footage as cover-up unravels. You know what happened to the footage? Gosh, we don't know what happened to it. We lost it. That's what they did with the information. If you remember, that was... I think he woke up.
What the heck is going on?
Oh, that's Jimmy. That's my brother.
There it is.
So let me just read this. So... Revolver News, which I'm starting to like a lot more. Revolver, okay. Revolver News first started critically. They were the first ones that came out. First started critically covering the January 6th pipe bomb story in March of 2021. Now, nearly 3.5 years and several groundbreaking investigative reports later, the scandalous story of the January 6th pipe bombs is firmly established as one of the two major smoking guns of what we have come to call the Fedsurrection. As though this weren't significant enough, the pipe bomb story elevated still further in its significance with the release of surveillance footage of the discovery of the DNC bomb, overwhelmingly suggesting that Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail is at the very least in on the cover-up. Indeed, Kamala Harris's own refusal to acknowledge her narrow brush with the DNC pipe bomb seems to defy any innocent explanation. After all, shouldn't it be the key talking points of hers that she almost lost her life to terrorism on January 6th? Exactly. But see, they know that if they start looking into it, and if they officially start looking into it, they're going to find out she was in on it. The Secret Service, of course, gained renewed attention in the aftermath of its suspicious and potentially deliberate failures, enabling the assassination attempt on Trump in Butler, PA. Kamala Harris has, of course, become Trump's opponent in the 2024 race without getting a single fucking primary vote. Thus, the inclusion of both the Secret Service and Kamala Harris in the pipe bomb story elevates it to one of the most consequential scandals and cover-ups in the country for the past 8 months, ever since the publication of our bombshell piece detailing the significance of Capitol Police surveillance footage detailing the discovery of the DNC pipe bomb. The lion's share of attention the pipe bomb story has received has largely centered around footage obtained from Capitol Police security cameras. Prior to the game-changing release of the Capitol Police footage, most of our critical attention was directed toward the implausibly bizarre circumstances surrounding the bomb's discovery, right? Because they supposedly put it there the night before, but it wasn't there the night before. The story changed, as well as utterly damning conclusions regarding the DNC's own surveillance footage. With the pipe bomb story in its final stages of resolution, we believe it's time to return our attention to the question of the DNC's surveillance of the pipe bomber. The first thing to recall about the DNC's footage is that it was the DNC's footage that the FBI chose to use in the clips that it showed the public of the pipe bomber near the site where the bomb was planted. That's right. The footage that the FBI released to the public to help identify the pipe bomber does not come from the Capitol Police cameras, but rather the fucking DNC itself. That's just a lying factory. At first, this would seem to make sense. We learn from the aforementioned Capitol Police footage depicting the discovery of the DNC bomb that these cameras in question seem to have an initial blind spot. I remember this, Bongino went over this, with respect to the bench where the pipe bomb was actually planted. It was only after the pipe bomb was discovered and presumably radioed in, whoever was manning the security cameras, that the camera pans over to the bench area where the pipe bomb was. The following image, see, the theory was an off-duty cop saw it and went over to Secret Service, that SUV right there, and said, whoa, you got a bomb here. The following image is a screenshot depicting the frame of view from the Capitol Police camera in question. The bench where the pipe bomb was planted is off the screen on the right, not visible in this shot right here. Shortly after the pipe bomb's discovery, this camera pans over to the bench where the pipe bomb is planted. Screenshot below is subsequently zoomed in. Okay? So, and you got people standing around like it's nothing. There's the bomb, right? So, for further reference, here is an image clearly depicting where the bomb was planted in relation to the visible bench. See it? To the bench visible in the shot above. Now, this is a close-up photo taken by a Capitol Police officer. All right, and it was rudimentary. It's not real though. It was inert. It was to be used that night on the 11 o'clock news. Oh, they tried to kill the vice president-elect. But the riot happened, so they forgot about it. They didn't forget it, but they just say, forget that. We're not doing that. By contrast to the Capitol Police cameras, which have a convenient and manufactured blind spot at the location of the pipe bombs were planted, the DNC had at least 2 cameras providing a view of the benches and location where the pipe bomb was planted. See screenshots below depicting the field of view from 2 DNC cameras. Right there's the pipe bomber right there. Cameras. Keep in mind that all such footage from the DNC is from the evening of the 5th, when the FBI says and the surveillance footage suggests the pipe bombs were planted. Let's call the camera with this DNC camera 1. So it's in that area. But the pipe bomber, now what's funny is I saw this video. The pipe bomber sits down on the bench and knows that there's a security camera up and looks straight up at the security camera without a care in the world. Personally, I think it's a woman, because I studied the all the videos and the pictures, and the movements and all makes me believe it's a woman. and the DNC camera with the following view, DNC camera 2. So there's the pipe bomber right there. Now, guys, they have more CCTV cameras than London and DC. Okay, all they had to do is follow all the so they lose the person walking backwards here, then they go on the next one, the next, like the store across the road, whatever. Right? There's only 2 ways into DC: train or bus, or a car. Right. So if the guy gets on a bus, now you have something with the bus. Or the person goes back to a hotel, you follow the bus. Where did it come from? See the person coming out of a hotel. Fine. Now we go into the hotel and we see their security footage of that day. Right. They could have found the person in like 2 weeks tops. With these DNC cameras, while these DNC cameras have the critical location in view and thus don't have the Capitol Police cameras' curious and convenient blind spot, they notoriously, in other words, they moved the Capitol Police camera so that it didn't show who was planning it, right? They notoriously have blind spots of their own. Indeed, Revolver News pointed out problems with the DNC footage presented to the public by the FBI in a number of groundbreaking reports published in the latter part of 2022. First, we definitively proved that the FBI decided to withhold footage from DNC camera 1. Now, remember, guys, this FBI was under Trump when they pulled this bullshit. They were under Trump, right? Comey was gone, but you still had Ray in there, and Ray's a piece of shit. So the DNC camera 1 from the public, they withhold footage from the public, which would more clearly show the pipe bomber actually planting the bomb. We encourage readers who have not read our piece. Yeah, read your piece. Okay, is this the video?
Watch what boiled eggs do to your body.
Have
you ever noticed how you could easily
second one?
Hey, Robert, from Shark Tank. I'm a huge fan. Hey, what is your #1 tip for saving money? Easy.
This is the DNC pipe bomb. According to the FBI, it was planted the night before January 6th at 7:52 p.m. on the north side of this park bench. The FBI has released 2 clips of the pipe bomber at this scene from 2 different security cameras. Here are a few shots of the surrounding area, so you see the perspective.
Rival.
Let's call these benches Bench 1 and Bench 2. And let's call the 2 security cameras that the FBI has released footage from camera 1 and camera 2.
I love the music they chose. Later. The bomb, right? We didn't see that. Oh.
Camera 1 shows the pipe bomber walking up to the DNC grounds at roughly 7:42 p.m. He sits on bench 1. Then he gets up and walks off screen. According to the FBI, he walks the length of the DNC building, and 10 minutes later, he comes back to the same bench area and sits on bench 2. There, at 7:52 p.m., camera 2 captures the pipe bomber sitting on bench 2 and, we are told, planting the pipe bomb by the side of the bench.
I'm looking up the camera.
Bush. We are told the pipe bomber plants the pipe bomb there, but we can't see it. Camera 2 is occluded by a giant bush that blocks the scene.
Right.
The pipe bomber even looks at camera 2 head on, for some reason.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating, because we can't see the moment the pipe bomber plants the pipe bomb, but the FBI can. That's because the whole scene should be captured on camera 1 as well, and much more clearly than camera 2.
Yep.
Camera 1 has a clear shot of both benches. If the FBI released the full tape from camera 1, we could see the pipe bomber planting the bomb. Why is the FBI hiding the security footage from camera 1 of the pipe bomber at bench 2? Do they not want us to see the full scene?
No, they don't.
Isn't there a $100,000 reward? Don't they want our help to catch this guy?
No, I know who it is. Nope. They know who it is. They don't want you to know.
Of course they don't. It's kind of like the whole Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot.
Look at this. What does a police hotline and a glory hole have in common? Answer: anonymous tip. That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole Gretchen Whitmer thing where there was like a dozen guys and 10 of them were FBI.
There were more FBI agents than there were actual guys that they talked into trying to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Okay. You've got me here now 3.5 hours. How did you do that?
Is it that long? Wow. How about that? Yeah, I'll stick around for another half hour if you guys want.
You're gonna stick around?
Yeah.
I'm done. I gotta go. I gotta do this.
I'm glad you came, man.
I gotta do this. So good night,
You're
everybody.
a very good co-host.
Again, I'll leave you here with your brother, Rich. How you doing, Jimmy?
How you doing?
I'll leave you here with your brother, and you guys can do your thing, and I'll catch you guys next week.
All right. See you, Dr. Jade. Thank you. Hey, guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button if you haven't already. It helps. Jimmy, did you get my post? I thought you looked really good in that picture with Yes.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I thought you looked really good. When was that taken? This week?
2017.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's probably why you look good. Because you look like hell right now.
I was partying like a rock star then.
Jesus Christ, man.
Partying like a rock star. You see, Chris Squire was still alive.
Yeah.
He couldn't have possibly been recent.
Yeah, well, I didn't know when it was taken, though.
And I was just going to see John Anderson.
Yeah, I know.
He's got like a YouTube band he found on YouTube that plays Yes covers.
Oh, okay.
So that's
the
Band Geeks. They're called the Band Geeks.
Oh, okay. How about that? That's interesting.
I'm going to see Dice Clay on the 16th of October.
Oh, you are? You going?
Yeah.
Cool.
So where do you hear this?
Go ahead.
When I get a line on a decent job, right? As a picker at a produce place, right?
Okay.
It's union, right?
Right.
So I go down and it's a long corridor and there's like 50 different businesses and it's about produce, right?
Right.
So I put 2 applications in the biggest places and 2 other applications, right?
Right.
I get a call the next day. I think it's a scam call. I hang up on the guy 3 times. I get a text saying, "Did you post this? Did you send this application? Did you fill this out? Why did you hang up on me?" So I send a text and I said, "I'm really sorry. I'm getting a lot of scam calls. Please call back." So I call him about 5 times and he finally answers. And he's like, "Yeah, man, I was talking to you and you just hung up on me." I said, "Sir, the truth is you have an accent. All these scam callers have an accent. You have an out-of-state phone number and a phone number that isn't local. And, I just been dealing with this all morning." So he was like, "All right, buddy, I'll review your application again and give you a call." And that was, Christ, that was Tuesday or Wednesday.
Commander, you up?
No, he's not.
Yeah, I think he's still out.
What the fuck is he doing?
What do you mean?
Shotgun.
I don't know. I don't know if that's what it was. He's drunk.
Well,
he was drinking. He was drinking. He was drinking. So
cocking a fucking shotgun.
He and I used to talk on Discord a lot, and I could tell when he was drinking because he would get more slurrier as we went along. He's always fun to talk to, though. But when he comes on here, he's really loud. And I told him tonight, I said, "Dude, can you turn that volume down?" Yeah, I even made fun saying, "Let's do the old NPR voice." I was like, "So today we got the weather out in."
You don't even realize you're talking.
I know. But yeah, and sometimes like I think with the rig he's got set up, he can't hear when we're talking because there's times where Jade will say something and he'll just like talk over her. And
that's not everybody, Richie. He can hear.
He's not ignorant like that. He wouldn't do that to Dr. Jade. He wouldn't. To me, he would, yeah, but not Dr. Jade.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that.
He can hear.
No, Jim. No, you don't know. He's in a garage when he talks to you. And he's got like
Special K said big dumb galoot. Yeah, big galoot.
Hey Rich, did you see the CNN article with Democrat kids versus no, I didn't. Is it any good? You want to come on and tell us about it? Can you come on? I'll put out the link. Anybody wants to come in. That's the link. I'm wondering where Chris has been.
Chris who?
My brother from another mother. Chris Hunter. He used to come on a lot, and then he hasn't been around. Yeah, he and I go way back.
Why would they ask 10-year-olds about an election? What the fuck?
Well, there's some that would know the answer.
Commander said he was quitting booze.
Yeah, he did. He said he's going to start to quit the booze, but I think he didn't mean tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Do it tomorrow.
Yeah. Fucking supplements.
Sober commander starting tomorrow. Damon said, I'm totally naked right now.
Oh, jeez.
Thanks for letting us know.
No, it's because I said you want to come in. So that's why he said it. I said you want to come on the show. It's like, okay, you can stay out.
Rich, he said, look it up. We asked 10-year-olds about the election. Here's what we learned. Why would they even do that?
Because most 10-year-olds today would probably listen to their parents who are liberals in the area that they're picking people.
Right.
And they would say, I don't like Trump. He's meanie.
Yeah, but Richie, it's still a very immature, cringy story. I don't care who you are.
Hold on. But Jimmy, it's still, look, they do this death by 1,000 cuts for an election against Trump. Any little stupid story that could pile on to make him look bad, they'll do it. Oh, look, even the little 10-year-old kids. Let me see. What's he saying? Actually, SK always asks what I'm wearing, so I just preempted him. They say, I've been listening to old episodes of Not Jimmy from Philly, and they crack me up during the day. The ongoing AJ saga is particularly hilarious. Hearing Jimmy call him a dumb mofo while he laughs. That is entertainment. So did you ban him again, or what's up with that?
No, he's loud, you know.
I'll be right back. I gotta shake the dew off of Lily. Be right back.
The last time I banned him, it was right after the second attempt on Trump, and he started getting disrespect. I said, nah, you're not going to do that. I'm not allowing it. Fuck you. I mean, I wouldn't go onto a liberal site and do that if fuck Joe Biden was shot at. Of course, who would shoot at Joe Biden? Who would do that? No, hold on here. Come on, you fucking. Oh, here it is.
Word that pops into your head when you hear Donald Trump?
Pure evil.
Which one do you think is more selfish?
Like selfish, probably her.
Kamala Harris?
Yeah, because girls are a little bit dramatic sometimes.
And do you think that people in the United States are ready to have another 4 years of Donald Trump if he's reelected?
No.
Why not?
Because I feel like all he does is complain and yell.
The researchers found that opinions of the candidates from these 10 and 11-year-olds spanned a spectrum as wide as America.
Donald Trump, he's given his life and his heart.
She even shook hands with Mr. Trump to greet him before the start of the debate, which is pretty kind of when you're going against your opponent.
The study was designed by Ashley Landrum and political scientist Shanto Iyengar. Landrum conducted all the interviews and showed the students pictures of the candidates and asked them questions like,
which one of these two do you think is more honest? Which one of these two do you think would keep us safer if they were elected?
Landrum also showed them an emoji chart and a feelings chart and asked them questions like this.
I'm going to ask you how much you like each of these two candidates.
The questions were phrased to promote more open-ended conversations.
I live in an apartment. I want to get a house, but it's hard.
One thing that the kids talked a lot about, former President Trump's legal issues.
How much do you like Donald Trump using that scale?
Oh, probably Donald Trump probably hates me for doing this. So
You really don't like Donald Trump?
I mean,
10-year-old?
to like jail. I mean,
To be clear, while Trump was booked and released from
What's a
jail,
DOD
he
on
didn't spend
food?
time behind bars. 32% of all students brought up the former president's legal issues. In
That
general,
were brought
kids
up by the
they'd support
Democrats.
Donald Trump did
The
not
law
see his legal problems as a disqualifier.
Hi, how are you doing today?
This was in May before Trump's conviction.
Should he be president again still?
Yeah, like we can say, for example, JFK. He cheated on his wife, but like people still loved him. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, both slave owners. Being a slave owner is really bad.
It's
It's a
smart.
really bad thing.
10 years old?
But they still had 2 terms. So I think even though Trump has done bad stuff, he still deserves to run for president.
And now,
Which one of these two candidates do you think is more likely to do bad things?
Oh, convicted felon against a liar. Oh,
Against a liar.
let's say Trump because he's a convicted felon.
Do you think it's okay for somebody who is a convicted felon to become president of the United States?
Yes.
many children were also very aware of the first assassination attempt on former President Trump.
And which one do you think is tougher? Donald Trump?
Because he did survive a gunshot.
And does anything else make him tougher, do you think? Or was it mostly his reaction to that?
He's also pretty brave. I mean, if I was president and I was talking in front of a lot of people, I would be really scared.
And why would something like that happen?
There's like a lot of cruel people in the world and stuff. And like, whenever something like bad happens to them, they'll want to take it out on somebody else that they don't like.
Yeah. And how does that make you feel?
Kind of like nervous because like, and you never know, one day it could be you.
For Vice President Harris, students from both schools had a lot to say about her race and gender.
So do you think it matters more to voters that she's a woman or that she's a person of color?
I don't really like care about like what color she is. I just care about like, personality and like what she wants like to do.
Do you think people would be bothered at all by the fact that Kamala Harris is, half black and half
No,
Indian American?
No, because Barack Obama was elected twice. Twice, 2 terms, served all 8 years.
It'd be good for us to have a black woman as president for the first time in history.
Yeah,
but
I know,
my
right?
vote's kind of still on Trump.
86% of all students our researcher talked to thought America was ready for a woman president of color.
And do you think people in the U.S. are ready for a woman president?
Yeah, because there hasn't been a woman president
Because
yet.
there hasn't been one yet.
The fact that she's a woman and she's black, that could help kids who are like her or are different feel a lot more accepted.
Still, some students had different views about gender.
I just feel like boys would probably be better as president, but she's pretty and stuff, but I just don't think a woman would be right for a president.
Yeah, so why do you think a woman wouldn't be right for a president in your view?
I think because
That whole monthly thing for
only
one.
boys have been president before, and that they would be more stronger.
Overall, the biggest finding, the children in the study were polarized, with what researchers call more extreme responses from the blue state kids than the red state kids.
Donald Trump, he did bad things. He's like Hitler.
He only wanted to be president so that he can just control everybody.
New Jersey.
Trump is supporting January 6th now. I remember that January 6th, it was a bunch of Republicans believing Trump
I feel like they thought Trump was a god. People got arrested. I think one officer died afterwards. That was a big day.
The study found that these Democrat-leaning kids were about 9 times
more
more
on
likely to
parents.
express negative emotions about Donald Trump than Republican-leaning kids were about Kamala Harris. Why might that be? Psychologist Ashley Landrum has some ideas.
So Donald Trump is a very polarizing figure, and it's very possible that the kids are reacting to their parents reacting to Donald Trump being a very different kind of political figure than what we've seen before. So do the red state kids hold as strong of attitudes? Well, not when we're talking about Kamala Harris. In part, that could be because they don't know that much about her.
Landrum was also curious about how kids saw their peers in the political divide.
So do you think that the kids that live in those two houses would be friends with each other?
They can. There's no law breaking that.
It doesn't matter if you are different by skin color, or it doesn't matter if you are different by people. You can still be friends.
The study found that Republican-leaning kids were more open to visiting a Democrat-supporting household. Democrat-leaning kids were about 5 times more likely to say they would not want to go to a pro-Trump house.
Would they be okay with you going over to somebody's house who is really supportive of President Trump?
No.
No? And why not?
Because they know that he's not like black people, so they will not be happy to see me.
Would your family let you go over to somebody's house who's really supportive of Donald Trump?
No.
No, they wouldn't?
No.
And why not?
Because like my mom and dad don't like Donald Trump at all. Not a single bit.
Would you be okay going over to somebody's house whose family really likes Kamala Harris?
I think it'd be fine. It's just about the personality of the people.
Would your family be okay if you went over to somebody's house who really liked Donald Trump?
If I want to be real over here, so if I just went over there, I imagine be a good argument or a fight, maybe like a food fight or something.
You like me?
Let's not forget, this is a study about 10 and 11-year-olds. And one issue they all had strong feelings on was Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris.
Are you a fan of Taylor Swift?
Ew.
No? So Taylor Swift said who she wanted to vote for. Do you think that her vote is going to influence the election?
Yes.
Yeah? Why do you think that?
The Swifties will follow her lead.
Do you think that her endorsement would impact the election?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Why do you think that she would have such a big impact on the election?
Because she's like very, very, very popular.
Yeah.
Ask half of the school, they'll tell you.
That's funny. Yeah, they're just saying what their parents told them. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, that's all they're doing.
That fat kid looked like he OD'd on Twinkies.
I'm telling you, man. Oh,
See his eyes?
yeah.
He blew a split somewhere.
Twinkies. Where were those 2 chocolate ones when we were kids? The one was Yodel. And what was the other one? Ring Ding. Remember the Ring Dings? Remember them?
Yeah, they still have
Like
them.
a hockey puck.
They still have them.
Do they really?
Yeah. Yodels?
I haven't eaten that crap in like 20 years. All right, brother. I'll see you next weekend.
I just went
Thanks for
fishing.
showing up, Lou. Thank you.
I
Hit
just
like
went-
before you leave. I'm sorry. Hit like before you leave.
I just went fishing with a guy in Long Beach Island yesterday.
Yeah, I saw your video.
We got some bluefish.
Really? From there? From where you guys were?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, they must have come in.
No, well, they're small, 3-4 pounds. But bluefish, that's what you want to eat because the bigger ones don't taste good. But Rich, I fried up one for lunch and dinner. Oh my God, this shit was good.
Oh yeah, bluefish are good.
Yeah, he caught a bunch more than me. I only caught 2, but so they still got Kamala Harris. I find this amazing, Richie. Does anybody really believe that she's in the lead nationally?
I do. You know why? Because, Jim, most Democrat voters don't know anything about her. They know that Donald Trump's a convicted felon and all the sexual abuser. They don't know that she's a lunatic on the left. Jimmy, they don't know. They just don't know. Yeah, you talk and be like, that's not true. They don't know that she's a whack job. That they don't know that they might be out of the job because of her if she gets in.
Are they doing another debate?
I don't know. Trump said, I don't want to do another debate. I don't have to. I'm beating you in the key battleground states. He said, I don't have to. And plus, if they were, I would say to him, fine. You had ABC News that was in your corner, fact checked me only, let you lie your ass off. So we're going to do Sean Hannity, but he's going to be fair to both of us. How about that? And she'll say no.
I don't think he should have. He should have did the ABC. He should have said no. Do it on Fox, or I'm not doing it.
He should have. Yeah, he should have. But they were jumping all over him. I don't know why he did it either. I don't know. But you know what's funny? Their campaign is saying, yeah, Donald Trump's afraid of me. Donald Trump's afraid of nothing. She won't go on Fox. She won't go on One American News. She won't go on Newsmax. But the fact of the matter is Donald Trump goes anywhere. He went into a black church in Michigan.
What I don't understand
he went to the black lawyers thing. Go ahead.
Why doesn't he? Because she immediately said she wanted to debate again. So Trump should put out, okay, we can go on Fox, and I won't debate anywhere else.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, he has the leverage to do it because she needs him more than he needs her. You know?
I find it very suspect that she's supposedly leading the polls. I just, no, I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe too, but this is what they're telling us. Yeah, Alex Jones is moderator. I'd like to see Mark Levin. Oh, have him as the moderator. Holy mackerel. He would destroy her. She'd be running for her mama.
Judge Joe Brown is co-moderator.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a really good guy. He's like very pro-America.
Did you hear him talking about Kamala? What did he call her? He called her
yeah, I forget, but yeah, he was good. Larry Elder, yeah. Another one.
He called her.
He would actually be good.
Well, there's people in California saying that Elder won.
Mm-hmm. Jim, what they did, look, a lot of people don't know this, but the legislature made this law and Newsom signed it that basically promoted cheating. It was I can't remember the particulars, but I know that it was like, oh wow, so you guys get to cheat, but Elder doesn't. Not that he would anyway, but
I vaguely remember something about it.
It was a huge thing. Hold on, I'm going to go to my RPW because I wrote the story. It's just been so long. It was on it was the recall thing, right? Larry Elder. Let's see if I got it. Judge orders California Secretary of State's office to add Larry Elder to the roll call. Challenges university businesses. That's not it. I must have still been writing. I might have still been writing for David Harris Jr. I don't know.
Linda said, did you see that god-awful interview with the Black Journalist Group?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because Trump didn't get up and walk off, did he?
No.
He stayed there and he answered her questions. He let them bombard him and he just sat there like, you know, he didn't fight back. Like, and everybody still says, oh, he's too abrupt. Not this time around. See.
Bobbity's getting blocked by YouTube.
Bobbity is on here?
By YouTube, yeah.
Wait a minute. Damn you comment. Oh, what did well, you have to tell me the words because there's some words that I blocked because the commies were all using the same word. So I put these block words in there and they couldn't post anymore. And they were like so frustrated. There's probably a word in there.
What are the words?
I fully support the blackface of wiped supremacy very proudly. So Trump's plane has to do aerobatics now. Yeah, you heard about that?
Yeah.
Fucking missiles. Dude, they'll do anything to take him out because they can't beat him.
Yeah, well, they could fire those missiles from anywhere.
Yeah. Well, you remember that airliner that came down over Long Island Sound? Like about 10, 20 years ago. Remember that shit? Well, guess what? It was shot down by a missile, and there was a van that was rented, and the van was out on Long Island Sound, and the guy got out and fired the missile up at it. People saw it and told the police. And they tried to tell us that there was video of it happening too, because somebody filmed it. And you see the missile, like here's the plane, you see the missile coming up and hitting and the explosion. And they tried to say, well, no, there was an explosion on the plane and it was a piece on fire that was going down. But because of the illusion of the light, it looked like it was going up. Bullshit. There was no flame on it, only on the tail end going up. And then it hit and the whole thing exploded. I mean, it was bullshit. And so they tried to find who rented the van because they just dumped the van. They cleaned it out and dumped it when they were done. But they were saying that it was terrorists that were trying to plot to see if they could get away with shooting down a plane in the United States. And they did. It was that it wasn't Flight 107. I forget what it was. Yeah, well, the Democrats and the lefties in the media, they never ever are fair. Ever. Everything the Democrats do, they want rigged in their favor. That's everything. They want it rigged. They because they can't compete. If you don't believe in the Constitution and you don't believe in freedom, you can't compete with somebody who does. You can't.
I'd be very surprised if he wins the election, Rich.
That's what I was saying, because they're going to steal it. They're going to steal it. Jim, they why do you think they're not going to use those 18 to 20 million illegals to vote? Did you see my video today?
Yeah.
Where I showed the girl where she points out in the key battleground states all the illegals that are there that are registered to vote. They're going to fucking vote. They're absolutely going to vote. Yeah, they're going to have to steal it. But you know what? What I would do is I said this. All right, ready? So I did a video last week, or maybe early in the week, I forget when, but it was on the Teamsters, right? 59% of the Teamsters support Trump. So we get those 59% all over the country to go in and be poll watchers. Can you imagine some schmuck working as a Democrat in a county office counting ballots saying, well, you got to stand 30 feet away? They'd be like, fuck you, young lady. You got to stand 30 feet away. They're not going to put up with that shit. The Teamsters would be like, fuck you. We're going to watch this and make sure it's fair. And they will. I think it's a great idea. I think Trump should actually take them up on it. Part 2. Yeah, well, don't say that too loud, you know. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's going to be an uphill battle because you got to beat the cheat. You got to beat the cheat because, dude, we lose this. Oh, forget about it. Forget about it. Yeah, just forget about it. They oh man, she will put the final nail in the coffin.
Wasn't the media talking about getting rid of her, that she would weigh Joe Biden down like 4 months ago?
Oh yeah, dude. A few months ago they were saying, oh, it's terrible. They got to get rid of her. And they were afraid. See, the whole thing was about the money and the delegates, right? So he won 14 million votes in the primary. She won nothing because she didn't run, right? So why put her up there if she didn't win anything? But here's the thing.
Well, she is the VP, Rich. That's the
yes, but there's no written rule that says that after an election that it has to be the VP. There's no written rule.
But it is a logical progression.
Yeah, well, yes, if she was a logical person, and she's not. She's a word salad moron.
Yeah, but Rich, come on.
Jim, they tried desperately to find someone else, but the problem was she controls the money.
Right.
Because it was the Biden-Harris regime.
Right.
Oh,
So that's the logical person.
No, it wasn't. They didn't want her.
Richie, they could put a ham sandwich up there against Trump. They're going to cheat.
Yeah, they're going to. Yeah, the ham sandwich
it
would
really
win.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
goes
it's sad, man. I hope to God he wins, because he would save us 4 years. And you know what? They would, Jimmy, they already started the Russian collusion bullshit again. They already started it. They're already saying, "Well, Russia's in there and they're buying ads on Facebook again."
If they cheat this election, I don't think you'll ever see another Republican president again.
I don't think you will either.
I don't think you will.
Yeah, I don't think you will either. And see, the fact of the matter is, like, believe it or not, right now, it's going to be that she wins the popular vote and he wins the Electoral College. So imagine how nutty they'll get, because he did that to Hillary. I remember the woman who ran it for can't remember her name. She ran his campaign.
You couldn't explain that to you couldn't explain that to AJ. I said, AJ, they don't campaign for the popular vote. It's a byproduct.
Well, that's what she said. She said, if the popular vote, she said, we campaigned to win the Electoral College. If you win president by the popular vote, we would have campaigned for the popular vote. And I was like, that's logical. That makes perfect sense.
Right.
And Hillary, but Jim, Hillary didn't even have an economic policy. Do you know that? She ran a campaign without an economic policy.
I know she wanted to go to war with Russia.
Yeah, well, she wanted to do a lot of shit. She was going to control everybody. She's going to be a control freak. Yep. Can you imagine her during COVID?
I don't see how she could have been any worse than Biden.
Well, she could have been a lot worse, Jim. She could have been a lot worse. Let me play this. This is 40 seconds. I have not verified this yet. But hang on. Here we go. Right? Listen to this.
This just in. This is a Mustang Medic exclusive breaking story. I have word from a reliable source that this young Marine, he's only been in the Marines for a year, has been deployed to China. Our Marines are being deployed to China. I do not know the amount of people that are being sent or troops, but we are, the American federal government under Biden and Harris, are deploying young Marines to China. Yeah, I said China, just like President Trump. Straight up, this is the truth. You'll find out. If you don't believe me,
I don't.
This is exclusive. It's factual, and they are deploying to China. Mustang Medic reporting.
I don't believe it's true, because it would be considered an act of war. So I don't believe it. Now,
why is he saying it?
Oh, he wants vote. He wants clicks, views. I don't know.
Who's he for politically?
Oh, I don't know. He's a medic. He's probably an Army medic, but he was saying somebody in, or else he could have been a Marine. I don't know, but that's all he had. And okay, well, give us some details. You know, there were no details or anything, but somebody sent it to me today, so I told him I'd play it. Oh, you know the guy Mark that I bring on here, guys? He did the War Room, Bannon's War Room today. He did an interview there. Now, Bannon's in prison, so he had to talk to somebody else, but they brought him on the War Room because of what's going on in Georgia.
When Bannon gets out just before the election, right?
Probably, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Trump, if he gets in, there's got to be a reckoning. I mean, think about this. The unconstitutional January 6th committee, they go and they say, all right, we're going to subpoena you. We want to bring you in. And he says, well, there's executive privilege that I was told not to go in because of executive privilege, which outlasts the president's term, right? It's still alive after the Supreme Court said that. And then he said, why would you want to talk to me? I wasn't in the administration after 2017.
Right.
January 6th was in 2021. Why do you want to talk to me? So because he failed to answer the subpoena, they threw his ass in jail. No one ever. Eric Holder was held in contempt and he failed to show up for a subpoena. Nothing happened. They had other Democrats that failed to show, like Hunter Biden failed to show up for a subpoena.
Why isn't there a movement for the 25th Amendment with Joe Biden?
Because they don't want Kamala in there yet. Jimmy, right now, look.
That's crazy.
Dinesh D'Souza went on with Megyn Kelly, and he gave in fact, I should play it. He gave the best answer. And he's a guy in the know. I'm going to see his movie. I think it's out tomorrow. I may go see it, right? Vindicating Trump. But it turns out that he pointed out, he said, look, obviously we know Joe Biden's not with us. He goes, the Democrats have actually devolved into, we have a cabal of people, elites, who are going to run things. And they told Joe Biden, and I believe this, I'll tell you why in a second. They told Joe Biden, we're going to give you the nod for the nomination, and we're going to get you elected. But you will do everything we tell you to do, and we have the right to pull you at any time. And he said, and I believe that Kamala just went in with the same deal. Now, here's why I believe that. If you remember during their primaries, right, the debates, after the one debate, well, Kamala drops out. The next debate, Pete Buttigieg, he comes out and says, he says, I just dropped out, and I think all the rest should too, because I'm going to support Joe Biden because he's the only one I think can actually beat Donald Trump. That's because the cabal told them all to do that. They said, we've made the decision. It's going to be Biden. We're going to help him win. Probably people with China, with the COVID thing, the whole 9 yards was in there. They had to get rid of Trump.
Richie, do you think most politicians know that they cheated Trump?
Yes. Oh, Jimmy, they were in on it. Of course they know. Jimmy, you can't tell me that all their counties, every county has a vote counting place. You can't tell me all those blue counties, they didn't know. In their state, they didn't know. Bullshit. They all knew. And Jim, think about, like, our governor was the AG during then. Shapiro, right? Josh Shapiro. He was the AG. He didn't take a single fucking case during the election season of people saying, look, they're cheating. We see it. We have evidence. I don't want to look at it. He ignored them. He would not take a case. He's supposed to by law. You point out a crime, you're supposed to look into it. He didn't want to. And that motherfucker, what convinced me was 2 days before the election, he put a tweet out saying, I want to remind everybody to remember that it will look like Donald Trump won on election night, but after all the votes are counted, Joe Biden will be the winner. That was the setup so that people would go, oh, no, Joe Biden won. And then they'll go, yeah, but Josh Shapiro said when all the votes are counted. Now, here's the thing, Jim. Here's how you're going to tell that Trump's going to lose. If they take more than election night to count the ballots, Trump lost. Because this is what they need to do, Jim. Every state needs to do this. They need to say, look, you're not going to sit around and wait to find out how many votes Kamala needs to win. We're going to cut it off. No more votes because, Jimmy, they violated our law. Our Republican legislature said 8 p.m. election day night. That you can't accept any more ballots. We don't care if the mailman's about to give it to you in a date 01. Nope, it's not valid. That's the law. They kept bringing them in for days afterwards. Why? Because our Supreme Court, ruled by Democrats, extended it 3 days because they needed them to find out how many ballots do we need to make Joe win. That's what they did. That's what the fuck they did. And they got the green light from law enforcement because the AG was in on it. Go to here's.com and read it all there.
Well, Richie, if they extended it for then they can extend it for this time too.
Well, I don't know because everybody's in Pennsylvania, yeah. Because
have the Republicans
state
have the Republicans done anything to shore up these elections?
Yes, in their states that they control, yes, they got election integrity. And I'll tell you what, Brian Kemp in Georgia did a lot this time around for Trump, and so did Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin didn't like Trump in the beginning, but then he warmed up to him, saying, "Yeah, the guy's an effective governor. Like, he governs his job, president, but he governs." So what he did is he came out and I think it's the same thing that Georgia did. Said paper ballots only, no more of this electronic shit. Paper ballots only. You're going to count them by paper. And they're like, we can't do that. Well, guess what? I'm the governor, and I'm saying you are going to. He wrote executive orders. Paper ballots only. Democrats lose. I'm telling you that right now. And I had a guy, Jim, when I voted the last time for Trump, I went over and I said, now, how am I supposed to trust this? He goes, well, it's in paper. I said, yeah, but you're having me run it into a machine to scan it, and then it's no longer paper. And he went, like, he had nothing to say. I said, the minute that's digital, you can make me vote for Joe Biden. And he went, and I went, yeah, that's what the fuck's going to happen. And that probably is what happened. Because there's no way that Trump lost Pennsylvania. And if you watch 2,000 Mules, they said Pennsylvania was the worst. And Pennsylvania's the worst now. 500,000 illegals are registered to vote in Pennsylvania. At least that's what the girl said on her report.
Yeah, I'd be real surprised if Trump won. They got away with it the last time. They're going to do it again. Yep. And they're dealing with the J6 people to show other people what they're going to do to you if you rise up.
Yep.
That's why they attacked all Trump's lawyers, a lot of his people in positions he put them all through hell to let any other outsider that tries to become president, if you ain't part of the club, this is what we're going to do to you. I'm really disgusted what they did to Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, I know. Well, Jim, this was okay. In the future, if you're a lawyer and you try to go against what we did in an election, this is what's going to happen to you. That's why they went after his entire legal team. They all had to like apologize, and what's her name was crying when she's signing the thing. They all had to avoid prison time. Jimmy, it's a fucking lawyer's job to defend his client. That's his job. Yeah, but you broke the law. Rudy Giuliani broke no laws. What law did he break? Hey, misinformation. No, misinformation is bullshit. Misinformation is your interpretation of something you don't want to hear.
Right.
That's what it is. Listen, I got to go.
All right.
I gotta close this stream down. I gotta boot. I hate to do it, but you're out. Kick guest. You're kicked. There you go. No, because otherwise he'd be the only one on here, Yeah,
he's probably drunk with a shotgun across his legs.
Oh, geez, I hope he's. Oh man, don't say that. But guys, do me a favor, hit the like button before you leave. Appreciate you guys being here. You know that. Love you guys hanging out with us, man, on a Friday night. It's just awesome. I have a good time every Friday night. You guys are here. You guys are funny as shit. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah, man. Awesome. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. Especially you guys in the UK. You're like 5 hours ahead of us. Appreciate it. See you, man. Later, guys. All right, Jimmy. I'm out.
All right.
I'm going to end it.
All right.
See you guys. Labor.